We're live.
Yeah.
Are we live?
I think so.
Does that mean we're like people can see us?
I mean, no, it's still not. It's not
Oh,
public. It's
that's okay.
unlisted.
Oh, well, that's okay. I'd be scared if it was live. I'm like, I didn't shave and everything.
I mean,
And everything like that and everything.
if you considered shaving necessity.
No. I mean, I just like to look good for the ladies. I don't like to look like a
Bill Burr? You got the Bill Burr shaggy like pseudo beard.
It's brutal. It's brutal. It's brutal. My friend just sent me a video.
What are you fucking stupid or something?
Yeah.
What are you fucking stupid? Oh, Bill.
That's too aggressive for Bill Burr. That's actually.
Oh, what Bill Burr now? Since he doesn't drink nearly as much, if at all.
That's funny. He said,
and he has kids, and he's worried about his daughter.
He's the same.
What? Because I got a daughter now. I'm less aggressive. I sound more like Marky Mark right now.
I haven't heard him like yesterday, like talking, but to me, he sounds the same as he has. Maybe you get a little mellow when you get older, but I haven't noticed anything dramatically different.
I just watched. It was Mike Tyson's podcast, this Hot Boxing with Tyson.
Oh yeah, I've heard about it. I never really watched it yet.
So he had one with Bill Burr and
oh nice.
The other dude, he's the actor, Jeremy Piven.
Oh yeah, I like him. Yeah, Ari Gold.
Yeah, Ari was his character on Entourage.
Yes.
And they actually discussed that a little.
I just call him Ari Gold. A lot
of people do.
Because it's such a great character, but yes.
I mean, his magician wasn't memorable enough from Smoking Aces 2 with Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, I don't remember it.
It's one of the only other movies I've ever seen Jeremy Piven in.
He's been in a lot of stuff. He's actually done theater, I guess, a lot.
Theater, I believe. Yeah. But
yeah,
like big time, like huge motion pictures, he's been in near none. Smoking Aces 2 was one of the few releases that was like a big deal that he was like a main character in.
I figure he would have done more because he was pretty hot at that time with the Entourage with that character. That got him some fame.
Actually, it might have been Smoking Aces, the first one he was in. Now that I'm thinking back, I forget.
Okay.
I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was Smoking Aces. It's the one that's got Ben Affleck in it. And
I remember kind of. He plays kind of a guy like that, doesn't he? Same kind of
Affleck.
Guy.
Well, so Affleck plays like him and his brother, I think it is. I forget. They're like these dudes that are like amateur bounty hunters, basically, and they get a tip from this really sleazy fucking lawyer dude.
Nice.
And it like the movie Smoking Aces is about this hit that gets put out on as one guy.
Yeah, but what about the Mike Tyson show you were talking about?
Oh, Bill Burr was on it, and the guy that played Ari, Jeremy Piven.
Oh, it's brutal.
They talked about. Well, they were talking about assholes in real life, right? Like actual
assholes
versus like in real life, Jeremy Piven's like a super sweet, and they were talking about like Mike Tyson and like, it was funny. The episode's funny because like a big part of the first like quarter of it at least is Tyson like acting like a therapist for Bill Burr and his anger issues. Like
that is funny.
Who you like? I'll try to do my Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson's kind of like this. He's like, who are you really mad? Who are you really mad at? Who you really mad at, Mr. Burr? Who you really mad at? And Bill Burr's like, I told you who I'm mad at. What's the most scary, aggressive therapy I've ever been in? And Jeremy Piven's just like chilling, like. But yeah, Piven said you have to become an asshole. Like he's like, I played an asshole on TV series for like 9 seasons. He's like, the way he became Ari in the show, he said, you have to think, and it was good advice for acting. He's like, you have to think everybody's the hero in their own story. So to play that type of like to be that much of an asshole, you have to remember, like, you're playing a person or a character, that doesn't see themselves as a prick or a piece of shit or a skeezy. They, in their head, they're like the coolest, fucking smoothest.
Yeah, well, that's that world too. That's like he's playing. I think his role is patterned after like a big time sports agent. Obviously, he's an agent. But I think his role was supposed to be like a guy who was a sports agent. I'm not sure though. Forget who he's. The role was patterned after. But it's patterned after a famous agent.
The show itself, Entourage,
No, I just mean,
produced by
yeah.
Mark Wahlberg for a reason. It's basically
Oh
roughly,
right,
and when
yeah.
I say roughly, I mean roughly, because the show Entourage is like shows like a whole like glorified like badassery almost constantly, no problems,
Sure,
issues.
but that's his life though. Going flying to Vegas, pools, fucking jets, meeting celebrities. That is actually a life he knows. So
In all reality, what the show is like, Wahlberg is like cutting the parts. A lot of the fucking probably that like when he was doing commercials and shit. Like he takes the show, it takes off when he made it already. Like that's what the image is. But
is it?
Ari is probably
Yeah,
based off of most likely a real person that works at what's a California acting agency, CAA.
yeah,
So basically, Wahlberg probably based that character a lot off of his real life
yes. But
agent.
agent, but some age, but it's probably like most agents and are more. It's more boring. It's sort of like the version of like lawyers, like on lawyer shows or lawyer movies. They always make court look really awesome. There's these like dramatic moments, where like everything's like then they so sir, were you like were you there at this time? And it's like real dramatic, and then the judge is like order in the court, and it's like that. But then when you watch like the fucking Rittenhouse thing or whatever, or a trial, it's like hours and hours of procedural bullshit. It's like really dull and shit. It goes like takes hours to do. Same thing with probably Hollywood agent thing. It's not as exciting, but obviously it's a show, so it fucking makes the most exciting elements of it. It was a
Yeah,
great
I
show.
mean, Entourage was a show like by design for a specific, for the most part, pretty large audience. That was
So
like
bros,
the
just
point
for
of the
dudes.
show from the first season till really the last season and the movie is for people to be like, oh, that's the life. Like, yeah. Or
Oh, it was,
there
yeah.
was there
Kanye
was different
West.
pods, like kind of like how the show Friends or the show Seinfeld be, where there'll be a group of friends that are like, oh, you're totally the Kramer, oh, you're totally the Jerry, oh, there was that same thing with Entourage. It's like, oh, you're totally Turtle, oh, you're totally fucking this dude, oh, you're totally Ari, like
Oh
the
yeah,
way
totally.
that
It's
certain friends
true.
behave. So that show was
Yeah.
super successful because it like each individual character, even in their own, could attach to a group of friends. Because the show's really about like entourage, as in like a group
Yeah, it's
dynamic.
just about a group
That's
of
why like the
friends and
third
shit.
and fourth season they start flushing it out more. Like I personally think it's cool. Like people don't realize like Donnie Wahlberg really was the first of the Wahlbergs to be like an actor. Like Mark Wahlberg was
Oh,
still
yeah.
modeling for what's it, Levi's and
Calvin
Calvin
Klein and
Klein,
shit.
while
Yeah, well, Wahlberg was
Donnie was literally failing at like shitty ass B flicks. And then I don't
Donnie
know
was
how.
famous first though too because he was in the New Kids on the Block.
Well, yeah, no, that's the whole thing. I mean,
Yeah.
Marky Mark was in the New Kids too, but he wasn't he like a part time member or something?
No,
I
he
thought
was
that.
in the Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
Oh, that's right. He had his own group
Yeah. So he's just younger.
afterward.
So yeah, Donnie Wahlberg, you forget, but he was like, famous first because New Kids on the Block were
Were
famous.
huge,
Yeah,
yeah,
they were
and
huge. The first, I mean, I don't know the first, but the first boy band, really, right?
they were the first all white boy band. Because I think around that same time you had what is the Boys to Men, right?
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. But it's not the
Or
same.
did
I don't
Boys
know.
to Men come around after New Kids? Because I think like because obviously you can go
Oh, that's a good
further
question.
back and be
Yeah,
like, yeah,
earlier,
like who's the
earlier. They're
Temptations? The Temptations were like the first, like one of the first legit like popular
that's
boy
different though. I don't know if
or
it's
man groups. They weren't a boy band. You're right. Like
yeah, boy
Temptations were
band
men.
technically, where you put together a bunch of kids and
Like
then all the
doo
little.
wop meets like bebop high school pop teen tiger magazine.
Yeah, exactly. The kids, all the girls were screaming and all that shit.
Was it
Yeah,
called Tiger Beat back in the day? That was
yeah,
the
man. I had a
if you was on
subscription.
Tiger Beat, you were like the sexiest boy man alive. Like
Yeah,
didn't matter that you were a 21-year-old, you were still bleeding out to the 13-year-old girls. So it
I
was
had it
like
all. I had all the posters. I put them on the wall. I was all.
the Tiger Beat collage.
Yeah, I was all. Oh my god,
But
they're
like
so
that's the thing. If you
they're
remember
so cute.
Entourage,
Yep.
you know his brother in the show, like how they play it out. That like his brother was already in Hollywood before he got there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And is it Ethan Hawke, or it's one of those guys that reminds me of Ethan Hawke that plays that character in the
Kevin
show?
Dillon.
Oh, it's Kevin Dillon. Okay, yeah. So he
Matt Dillon's brother. Matt Dillon's actual brother. Yeah.
yeah, and they look alike. That's the what I get them confused. Yeah,
Isn't
with
that funny that he's also a brother in real life of a more famous actor? I never really thought of that until now. That Matt Dillon's way more famous than Kevin Dillon, obviously because you couldn't even remember his name, and I barely
yeah.
did.
Well, I get them
But
confused
Matt
with Ethan
Dillon,
Hawke.
right? He does look like Ethan Hawke a little bit. Yeah.
Totally. Like Ethan
There's
Hawke's
another guy.
badass. I
There's
love
another
Ethan
guy.
Hawke.
There's another guy who I haven't seen in anything really since that show. Actually, Adrian Grenier has not been in very many things either that I know of. None of them.
Um,
None of them have. I haven't seen them. Then again, they're probably still doing something.
a lot of them, from what I can tell, are like not backtracked, but they're getting more like what happened with like Patterson and what's her name after Twilight, Kristen Stewart. Like what
Oh
happens
yeah,
sometimes is an actor gets a big enough break in a large enough thing where they get privileged, where they're getting offers now from like independent stuff, where it's like Shia LaBeouf's the same way when he broke from Hollywood temporarily and then he had to go to rehab and shit, but now he just does indie films. So like a lot of people, they wouldn't know Shia LaBeouf's acting still and directing unless
yeah,
they're following like. So I think those guys from Entourage, a couple of them have been in like smaller release, like you know how sometimes a movie doesn't release in every
yeah,
theater, it releases only in a few local
yeah,
theaters in major cities. I think they've been in
yeah.
stuff like that. I'm
Well,
not sure.
they also
And I,
could
and
be.
I think
They also could be sucking dick for coke. You know what I mean? We don't know for sure. You know what I
I
mean?
don't know. I do know Jeremy
You
Piven
remember,
though.
right? I
Like
sucked dick for coke.
that's Bob
Suck
Saget.
dick,
I was watching. I watched.
suck dick
I
for
didn't
coke.
finish it yet, but I watched the first half of Bob Saget, Joe Rogan. It was like from
Oh,
a
he's on.
year ago or 2 years ago. Yeah, it's a pretty decent
Oh,
interview. It's fun because Saget talks about like how he was the reason Kennison got his break at the store.
oh, nice.
Because Bob
Saget.
Saget, yeah, he's like 60 something. I was like, damn, that's crazy. He's younger than I thought, but like also
Yeah,
he's older. Because you
he has
don't look it.
Botox.
Bob Saget definitely looks pretty damn good for like almost pushing 70.
Yeah, he does look young, so you forget how much history he has in comedy and all this. When you hear his stories, you're like, oh shit, he's been around forever and shit.
Right? And
And
like
you
when you
know,
see Lorne Michaels, like he just turned 77.
yeah,
And sometimes you look at him and you're like, oh, that fucker does.
he
It's
looks like a ghoul, man. He looks fucking. Who
he's
knows?
the stories go. He's still pretty damn lively. Like he actually is still a night owl, even though he's older now. Like so the stories go. He's still one of those guys that can burn the midnight oil.
So the story goes. I didn't really charge my phone properly. It's only on 23, so.
It's not too bad.
Oh,
Oh, so then what I was saying though, so the interview with Bill Burr, Jeremy Piven was on there too. And like so what's interesting too is like Jeremy Piven does stand up if you
oh
didn't
yeah, I was
know.
gonna just ask that. Yeah, yeah, he had a. I remember now. He had a show at the fucking Tacoma Comedy Club.
Oh,
But
speaking
then,
of which, dude, you got some people coming through. Shane Gillis is coming through. I think it was January. You should definitely go to that if you want if you
oh,
still go
where's
to
he going to?
Tacoma Comedy.
Oh shit, really? I was just looking
I
on the.
saw Shane Gillis's name. I saw Tacoma Comedy, and I was like, I got to make sure Casey knows because you were just talking the other day about how you were watching him perform at the same stage you were on in Austin, and you were like, am I as good? I think. But I'm like, in my head, I'm like, Casey is. That's why. But
I just
what's
watched his
if
special.
you
So I
see
liked
him
it.
now live, if you want to at least at Tacoma Comedy, where you definitely have done well and you've seen yourself do well there. I know.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
now you'll get a better energy when you seen him. If you go to that show, you can be like, okay, yeah, I think I'm on level with him.
No,
If you leave, I swear nobody's
I
ever gonna
suck
make
now.
a break from Seattle. It's impossible.
No, I can't even go up anywhere. I fucking don't like anything now. I'm terrible now.
You
I did a
probably just.
comedy. I did a comedy contest the other day. I think I finished like 9th out of 11 or something.
I think what's going on, Casey. You're hitting your Rodney Dangerfield 10 years off, 20 years too late.
Actually, I'm trying to write a comedy special. I told some people I was like, no, I want to do like a big special, like my life's work type of special, where like
You-
the big comeback, where you make a special that hits all the political topics of the day, but
You
But
release it like Norm Macdonald did, where he has that fake ass stage and the laps and everything, and he plays it like it's a real show and it's great.
no,
You
I
can
want a
almost
real
not tell.
crowd. I gotta have a real crowd to do it.
Oh, okay. Well, then, good thing you got Bruce as your new manager.
Bruce, I told him I would like him to film it, but I don't really. But then he was like, "Okay, send me the bits that you do as we build it, and then I'll coach you on it." And then I was like, "Oh God, why do you have to want to coach me on it? I
Yeah.
like why would I mean I didn't say it as big, but like, why do you want to? Why? I mean, no, you're not going to coach me on a comedy.
I've been
I'm
watching too
better
much
than.
Tyson. I'm gonna coach you if you let me coach you, Casey. I'm gonna coach you
Actually, you know what?
this guy Custer, the way he trained
I
Tyson. I'm
just
gonna do it.
thinking
I'm gonna
right
do it for you,
now.
Casey. I'm gonna be like, that's the funniest joke ever, Casey.
Well,
Why
no,
why is
everybody.
why is Stanhope at the top right now and not you, Casey? Why? That makes no sense, Casey. You are the best. You're the best. You're the best comic like that.
Well,
That's what Tyson like when he was young. That's how he got brought up. I'm like, oh, his shit makes way more sense.
what are you talking about?
When you have a person that's telling you you're the best, like literally just constantly
Oh,
telling you,
like a hype man.
but beyond that, like they're a father figure because this guy was like 70 when he found Tyson
Yeah, but you have to
at
really believe.
13.
You have to really believe it though, or sound like you believe it though. You
Dude,
can't.
when you listen to Tyson talk, it's like he's still to this day is like even though I recognize now some of the shit he said's dated, I still believe everything he ever told me.
Oh, you talking about Customato, his like mentor guy?
Yeah, the fucking OG that picked him up and like trained him up and everything, and he was like, this guy apparently was like super crazy smart. Like the way
Yeah.
Joe Rogan was even talking about him, like okay, because Joe Rogan, I realized more like it's like yeah he has a large knowledge base when it comes to certain things. Like if
Huh?
that makes sense. Like a lot of
Joe
times
Rogan?
Rogan's interviews, you'll be like, oh, he's just like
Yeah, that's
you
true.
know he
You know,
just like and he'll let them control it, especially if they're way smarter than him. Like you know what I'm saying? Like he'll just let them go. And then he'll
yeah.
make his comments like, oh, and then people like it because they're like, oh yeah, it's kind of how I am. I'm dumb, but the smart people, and then I'll be like, yeah. And so
He
it
knows how to ask
works.
the right question and lead the conversation in the right direction and let them do their thing.
But if you get him with like Tyson, or I haven't watched the ones with MMA because I don't really care much, but like I'm figuring it's the same way. When he's in certain environments, Joe Rogan's suddenly like, oh, when I was coming up watching these fights, and like, oh, when you got picked up by this, that must have changed your life. Like it's like, oh, this becomes a whole different type of interview when Rogan knows a lot about what he's talking about.
It would have been kind of cool. It would the equivalent has been like if you're really funny and you're like 15 years old, and then some dude who's like a comedy like legend who's in his like 60s takes you to his house and lets you live with him, and then he has all these a room of videos of old comics, and then he's like, "You're one of the brightest. All you got to do is," and then Mike Tyson's like watching all these videos, all the legends of the past. And then most people think Mike Tyson's like some just fucking dumb shit. You know, people
Yeah,
forget that they made it
he's
out like
super fucking smart.
they made it out like he's like this dumb shit. When I was a kid, I'm old now, so when I was young, everyone at a certain point hated Mike Tyson because he went crazy and bit the guy's ear and everything. And he is obviously that's why I like him, because he's a guy who like has mental troubles, but he's smart. So obviously I identify with people who are smart but have mental problems, because you see how people treat you. You'll see how people treat you when you go off the rails. They treat you like you're nothing and shit. You know, some of those people. So you know what I mean?
I think
They'll like
in
yeah.
Tyson's case, like the more I'm paying attention now, he's a fucking example of like he's a straight fucking killer. Like he's not like a fuck around killer. He's not a fucking sociopathic serial killer. He's like me, and like not like I'm not comparing myself like saying I'm as much
You're
of a
like
killer
Mike
as him, but
Tyson.
like mentality wise, he's 100% loyal. He's basically a kill dog. You know, like a dog when you say, "All right, boy, sick him."
Oh yeah,
Tyson's mindset
yeah,
and like strengths and power that allow him to become that monster on the mat
yeah.
is a specific, very specific, like
That's
not
what I
necessarily
gotta do.
complex, but like perfect combination of structure from
See, this helps my
youth.
special. This helps my special I'm working on, because I'm trying to figure out
Oh,
the.
so what I was gonna
I'm
say,
trying
you
to
know how to
figure out
make a
the.
special, right? Like I'm not an experienced, but I'm telling you, this is exactly how you do it. This is exactly what like people like Burr and them they say in the interview, just in general. The way you're gonna make your special, you have to do it 8 minute sets at a time. So you
Oh
have to
sure, yeah.
in bits. You go eight killer fucking minutes, 8 killer minutes, 8 killer minutes, 8 killer minutes, 8 killer
Yeah, I'm probably
minutes.
gonna do a short one, like 45 minutes. I know, but maybe I should do a longer one.
I say this, Casey. I know your comedy in general is fucking fire, but I don't know if you've ever taken the time to actually lace it to become like what it would have to become, which is like this is like I know this joke works well in this set, but I also know that
Yeah,
this
yeah, I
joke
have
works,
done it
and I
actually.
know that I can lace these jokes so that this joke, when this joke
Yeah,
comes
yeah,
around at this
yeah.
right moment,
I
like where
have done
you're
it. I
telling the
have done
story.
it. I have done it because, but I just haven't done it that for that length. But I've done it for like 22 minutes, which is, and I didn't just talk for 22 minutes. I pieced together, I wrote how it all goes together. I knew from beginning to end so for that 22 minutes that was going to be wall to wall good, every joke good, and it's also the tone of how you do it. There's like a tone that you're trying to set for the whole length of it so that it's not just joke, or it's not like, okay, what am I going to talk about next or anything like that. It's like a performance. I
It's a roller
executed
coaster.
it.
You take the audience on the ride. Like you take them up like this, and then you take them down, and then
Yeah,
like toward the
it's like
climax, it's like, oh, how dirty is this motherfucker gonna get? Kind of shit. And then it's
I've
like,
also, I've I've also done it every time I've done any kind of feature set or anything like that. I always did it like that. I always extra prepared.
well, I've
I
seen
always
like your YouTube. It was like 20 minutes long. I think the one at that bar, the one
Yeah,
that,
that's the one. Yeah, but I'm
yeah.
just saying. I'm not saying it's some great thing or anything. But I did totally plan. I did move the jokes around. I did know. I did know. And also, what happens? Also, another thing that was cool that I noticed about it that no one else will be able to understand. What was that? I also came up with things while I was up there because I was so prepared, which is like a magical thing. I came up with a joke that was fire that I just thought of like 5 minutes before I went up, and then I also heard from other great comics like Norm. I heard him. Someone asked him. He said, "When do you think of your best material?" And he goes, "About 15 minutes before I go up." So he's not afraid to. He's not afraid to he's not afraid to use his creation to come up with things while you're up there or while you're or just before. It's not like, how you see the comics, like you always say, the ones who do the same 5 minutes. Everybody complains. I heard you do it lots of times. The people
Well,
who do the same. The
my
reason
thing
is
is
because
there's
it's
two different types, right? But the main thing is that what I say is like this. I don't mind a comic that's like trying to get a perfect fucking set together
yes,
that they can then, when they know in the audience is gonna be a person that's looking for the next late night, let's say. So then they
yeah,
have it ready, and then that's why they do it over and over. I'm saying for an average comedian that also is an observer of comedy, if you aren't showing me that you're actually working on it, like I can tell, like, oh, the
oh
jokes and
yeah,
everything are
yeah,
still the same. The words are still the same, but I noticed their physicality is starting to change. So they're starting to work with, okay, now I know this, now I know this, now I'm going to work on this. Like maybe let's
yeah,
say it's a joke that has to be delivered with a fucking a depressive, like you have to look like a schluck, but you're
oh
always
yeah,
suit and tie looking. So the joke will never land. I'm noticing this as I'm observing you over the months. Like that joke is never going to land because you look too prim and proper for that specific material. You need to like sully yourself a bit so the audience can get on that, like that type of observational, you know what I'm saying? So I don't
yeah.
care if they say the same jokes over and over and over. I care when it's like, dude, you have not fucking improved. You
Oh
need to
yeah.
go to other venues. You need to go to other audiences. You need to do something to get your mind right, because at this point you're sitting in an echo chamber of all the same comics that see you all the same times and give you the laughs. Like Will Be Funny Martinez says this to me now and again. He goes, I don't really like doing these open mics at all anymore because all the comics already know the jokes. They already know when they're supposed to laugh. I can never work on my material in front of these same audiences because I can't even work on the same jokes because they already know and they're going to, right? So sometimes you just have to click out. The point is like,
No, you got to
I don't
surprise.
mind if what you're doing is to be that type of a comic. I mind when I'm
Yeah.
like, you're an asshole off stage, and on stage you're telling the same fucking five lazy fucking jokes. Not to cut
I
you off,
I
but
always
that's
figured
the definitive.
it
That's
might have
where I
been
come
it,
from.
it might have been my mistake, but I always thought that at an open mic you should still practice being entertaining. So no, I'm not even criticizing the other people. I'm
No, that's
saying
just your mistake.
No, it's really not actually, because what happens is you learn to be entertaining. You learn to be entertaining because it's just people there. So like, in other words, so okay, so what happens is, so like Mary Lou Gamba or someone who's good, or Bo Johnson, they go like, okay, I'm here to practice my shit. And then like they go there and then they're working on their shit, but they're kind of disrespected at the same time. They're kind of like, oh yeah, there's all these comics here, and then so I'll just go through the routine of it. But they don't have any respect that there's like six people there that need entertainment. It doesn't.
Yeah.
So it could be a whole room of like 28, and
But
if
they
it's all
only see the comics. They don't even see the audience members.
yeah, because they're like, and they'll even say it though, like that is nothing. But I go, no, no, there's like a little group of like 8 people who have never seen what you're doing, and then I go, also entertain the other people too by doing some new shit. So you might sidetrack yourself from working on and crafting bits, but you are working on being entertaining. So in other words, you're pretending that each one of these things is a show. You
Yeah,
know what I'm
that's
saying?
why
Like,
like a lot of people, like not just Seattle, but a lot, especially in Seattle that I'm observing, the hosts are the worst for me because of what you just said there. Like they're the
oh,
ones that set the mood or destroy the mood, and most of the time, especially what I observed, at least in Seattle, is they would ruin the mood because they would just be doing what you're saying. Like they would go up and their job to start the show is to like, it don't matter who the fuck's in the house. It don't matter if there's only two
it's
people in
still a
the fucking
show. It's
house.
still a
It's
show.
still a fucking show. Your
Yeah, it's a
job is
show.
not to fucking bring the house down by commentating, especially on what's going on. That's like one of those things that it's like people observe, but they're working hard to not, because then they're gonna get on stage and they want to like treat it like a real fucking experience to where they want to really develop a skill craft. They're not just going up there to
Well,
rant. But
also
even
you
then,
should,
like
but
if you
even
go up
then,
there and rant,
as a host, you should be practicing being entertaining because your
right,
job is to be entertaining.
right, and not like what I can't stand about hosts personally, even though I'm starting to
Just
understand that
hosts in
apparently
general.
this is kind of a thing that's supposed to be a thing, but not all hosts do it, and I prefer the way that I do it versus this way. Because what I don't like, it's like, especially this guy Nathan Lowe in LA. This is all like when he's hosting, every comic goes up, and then there's like fucking there's sometimes up to, oh, I swear to you, some of these comics it'll be up to 10 minutes before they announce the next comic of them just doing not even like new material, literally just doing their fucking material. And
Uh,
oftentimes too, it'll be like, oh, like this guy Nathan Lowe is a great example because this is shit he does. A comic will go up, tell their material. If they have anything similar to something that he does his material on, he will literally then take the next 2-3 minutes before announcing the next person to tell his joke that's using their material and attempt to like one up the comic
uh,
before him, even though it's like unnecessary. It's just a complete example of like, I'm doing
uh,
this just for me. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well,
but these hosts that tell their jokes or tell jokes, it's like
he should be shot and killed.
essentially it's a host that's like
A lot of
getting
comics really
like
need to
over an
be.
hour if you think about it. Like if you
A
really
lot of
think about it,
comics
right?
and a lot of
25
comics and
comics.
a lot of comics and hosts, I think, should be killed. There should be a lot of killed. There's a, they like, they deserve to be killed. If you really want to get into it, you're getting into like malicious behavior, which is the bedrock of the low level. When you're in the low levels of comedy, there's a lot of demonicness and demon and problems and stuff, and
Personal
there's a
demons. A
lot of
lot of people.
toxicity. You know what would be better is if they had like it was like law school, or like if you didn't have any particular skills, they would just ask you to leave. You know what I mean? I wish it was like that. I honestly do, because then I would have been. It's sort of like tough love. It's sort of like if your dad's not around to beat you or whatever, or to say you're a loser and you're not doing anything, and then some people just become like just degenerate piece of trash. You know what I mean?
Well,
They don't.
because comedy is so I mean, it's stupid to say this, but it's really the ultimate truth is like it's so what's the word like fucking like each part what do they say comedy is like
Oh, like a team sport or an individual sport, that kind of thing.
well no more the aspect of like what is comedy, some people find it funny, some people don't. It's like
Oh, subjective.
subjective, thank you. So subjectiveness, right? So then
Yeah,
when you
yeah,
break
that's good.
down the
Yeah.
rules and requirements to what you're talking about, which is like you have to follow these certain requirements to be considered allowable by simple presentation. Like just like even the comics can tolerate you because they can see that you're here for following these prerequisites, if you will. Because it's so subjective, it becomes so difficult to like literally create barriers because there's so many varieties in the conglomerate of what is considered comedy. Like it's essentially like putting a sign, no prop comics allowed, all right, or no hack comics allowed. But then it's like, what's left, right? Because a lot of people really don't like prop comedy, right? But then there's
Oh,
people
sure,
like me
sure.
that like I don't care what form it is. I look for like ingenuity, or I look for originality, or I look for like fucking something I've never fucking seen before. So
Yeah.
I don't come in with a prejudgment. If someone comes on stage with a backpack filled with shit, I'm like, oh, okay, what the fuck are we about to see? What the fuck? I'm like, in my
Yeah,
head, I'm like,
there's
okay, obviously there's gonna be some props, right? But like, if that comic will do their whole 5 minutes and never touch the backpack, I'll be like, all right, now I'm gonna keep watching this person just to see, are they an anti-humorist? Was that the whole point, to get us like also in the background, like they were always reaching for the bag but never using it, or was it more like, oh, they forgot to use it, or they didn't know how to use it, or it wasn't going to work, right? But
oh
then
yeah.
that's
Well, you
that's a
like
prop
surprises.
comic.
Like I get that you like surprises. I like that.
Well,
That's a big
I like anti-humorism in general because oftentimes I can't tolerate the dredge. So it's like, how many times am I going to have to hear about broken relationships while at the same time in my personal life not even being able to achieve the simplicity of like, I'd like to even have a relationship to break or succeed,
Oh yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
I'm fine with you want, like, that's all. Okay, they say talk about your life or talk about what you know. So fine, if that's all you know is broken relationships, fine. But like after a while, I'm like, how
Yes.
much of this is fucking like how many times I'm gonna hear white people be like without hearing something original or new? Like I get it. I've
Well, you
heard
have
it.
to. Well, you
I've
have to
heard it.
remember.
White people don't like spice. I get it.
But you have
Oh,
to
why the
remember.
potato salad be so bland?
But you have to remember though that one of the reasons why those people do that, like why
Is
they do
is
that.
it's how
No,
you
it's
start
because
out.
no. The reasons why people why they do comedy like that is because they don't care about you. They don't care about the audience. They don't care about anyone but themselves.
Oh
They
yeah,
don't.
yeah, no, I agree.
In
Yeah,
other
most of the
words,
comics
so
that follow that perspective, yes, I agree with that
no, I
entirely.
mean, if you think about it, if you really think about it, they're not really a good person because a good person would be firstly aware, like, am I boring people? Is this self-serving? Is this just me ranting about something? And then, so I can do it. I can go, oh, this is about me being like a piece of shit. This joke is about me being a piece of shit. But I go, how can I make this so people will also like it, like they'll relate to it, like it's a thing where you hear like they, oh yeah, I know, I'm kind of like that, and then or people like are ashamed of it, you know what I mean, they're like and then you're like, and then that's why everyone laughs, it triggers the laughter because everyone's like, oh man, we're all like that, and then all of a sudden we all have something in common. So when
In
people
on the
are
joke.
laughing, think about that. Anytime anyone's laughing, really, all the people are laughing, it's because we now all have something in common. Or else it's like it's so
Right.
over
Yeah,
the
yeah,
top
yeah, I
bad.
got you. It's a
In other
common
words,
like
it's like inherently compassionate. It means you made something that people, all of a sudden you're now connected. So people who do go up there and they're not even care if they're connected, it's like they're inflicting. And then what sucks is some of them are actually good. They're like talented, like, so the joke is executed well, but they're not. That's why they're dead, because it's like they're like it's like dead. It's like Lenny Bruce said. He said anytime, if you repeat, like he said, if you repeat stuff and it's just repetition, like it's just the words, then it's like there's no truth. All the truth is gone. There's no truth to it. You're not really saying. It doesn't even sound like you're saying anything. It sounds like you're reading or something like that. Or like they can be so good, like they got the jokes. They're all crafted. The jokes are perfectly crafted, but there's no extra element of humanity to it. You know what I mean? So like Bill Burr, does he ever sound like he's reading a joke? Never sounds like he's reading a joke. Never. If you hear his stuff, he never sounds like he might be polished up and down, all the way down. He might have practiced it 1,000 times, but he never sounds like he's reading. He always sounds like he's talking to the people. So you're
Well, it's
talking.
Bill Burr is an example of a comic though that's most of his stuff, if it's not from his direct life, whether that be childhood, adulthood, parenthood, whatever, but direct, like Hollywood, whatever. If he's not talking about something from his direct life, when he's making commentary, he's still always making the commentaries with his
Yeah.
own personality as the direct conductor of the fucking roller coaster, right? So like that's
Yeah.
why what you're saying is so true with people like him specifically also is because when he rehearses, he's not necessarily rehearsing so much as like I'm guessing that this here, but like listening to his routine for okay, so this is the part where I'm catching the most laughter. So I'm gonna
Yeah,
like
because
I'm
he
gonna
said
work
he
on
actually
how I
said,
say this. Like, what if I use this word instead of that word?
yeah, that's
Or how I'm
exactly
gonna
right.
use like this voice instead. Like maybe if I
That's
punch up the
exactly
voice.
right. That's exactly right because he said I heard him say in a thing that he doesn't write, and so it's really cool because that was a revelation for me because all these comics who are better than me, you know what I mean? All the guys who are better than me, like
At the moment, do you mean like on a level
just
of
guys in my
success?
local circle, the
So like
local.
Bo or something like that.
No, Jason McBride's a good example. You know, just guys in the local area who want to tell me they want to tell me what I should be doing. You
Oh,
know, I'm
everybody has an opinion. Yeah.
yeah, but I mean, but they want to tell me what I should be doing when in reality I could be better off at telling them what they should be doing. So in other words, I'm trying to say this better. I'm always the guy that people are always telling what they should be doing. I'm always the guy who's like the little brother who I'm the one who's they're pulling along and they're so good. Like I stopped doing going out to Mike's because this Jason's friend Jay Markovitz, I had a set that wasn't great or whatever, and then he was like, you know, you need to start off the thing with this other joke. You need to start off, and I go, you need to never tell me nothing about nothing because you don't know nothing about what you're talking about. I could have been going up there going like, there's like I want to do the whole set without telling a joke. I could be working on all kinds of different stuff. You know what I mean? When I go up there, it's a
Yeah.
stupid it's an open mic. Maybe I want to be entertaining in a different way. I'm working on a different thing. I'm not interested in like the do or die aspect of whether I have a good set at this bar and shit or whatever. But the point is that they got notepads in front of them. They got these notebooks. And I go,
Yeah.
oh, well, I just heard from Bill Burr that he doesn't have a notebook. So there goes all your theory out the window with your fucking pretentious notebook that you're writing in. You know what I mean? So you got a lot of words written down and stuff like that.
And then
Yeah.
they show you it's just a grocery list.
No, they got jokes written down, but they.
I know.
But Jason,
I'm being a comic, as Bill Burr would say.
yeah,
I'm just making a joke here.
but Jason then he reads the jokes, and then if you watch him, he's in a cycle loop. It doesn't ever get so like, okay, so I got a kernel of this good idea, right? I wrote down this idea. It's all perfectly valid to get in your head. Such and such is a funny thing, and then I should write it down so I don't forget. And then I can cross it out and add shit to it and blah, blah, blah. But the point is when you go up and perform it and then you have this little segment that's like a good idea, that's like what the whole fucking thing was for. The whole 6 minutes, whatever you did, you had this like 40 seconds of fucking thing that was good. And then that's good. And then that should be in your next thing. But they're like on a loop where you keep every time it's just it's like a bullshit cranking out. It's
unless you're a one-liner comic specific to the one-liner trade, like if that's the only type of comic where this is logical what we're talking about and makes perfect logical sense. Like the only type of comic in the fucking I'm gonna go as bold to say this, but in the entire world of comedy, all of comedy throughout all of existence, I would say there's only one specific type of comic that what we're saying is like they have to. And that's the one-liners. Because a one-liner is literally like you think of a really funny fucking one-liner. You write that shit down so you don't fucking forget it. You know what I'm saying though? Like a one-liner, if you don't write it down and you forget it, that's the only time that I'd say like if you like when you think about it,
there's nothing wrong with writing down
like
anything.
A rapper that's known for freestyling will still have a journal and it'll be the rap journal with just fucking rhyming words that they think of. So that when they then go to freestyle, they remember the loggings of all these rhyming words, right? Because what we're talking about here is when you perform on the stage versus when you're at home writing or you're in your own head. Like, uh, you say, hold on.
Hold on, I gotta put my shit in. Hold on. Hold on, fool. What? StreamYard? I gotta plug in all my shit. It's down to 1%. It's about to go off. You
Oh
understand?
yeah, you gotta have them portable batteries up on that bitch, or
I have
plug
one,
into
but
your
it's.
wall on the
I have
outside.
one.
His phone just died, I think. Yeah, Casey's phone died. He'll be back. We're gonna go full here. We'll bring Casey back when he gets back. I'm gonna test something real quick. Yeah, so he froze out. So we're just testing out the equipment. But we'll put Casey back in when his phone's back on. He's got to charge it. While we're in the time of just me talking, that's good practice in general for what I've seen. So like, um, some things I've been observing lately from interviews of comics. Like there are certain comics who are currently considered the top tier comics. And one thing I'm finding in common is most of these comics are capable of selling out anywhere from a small venue to a massive arena type venue. So these comics currently, some of them I would say are like truly the most hilarious people on the planet right now, right? But other comics are like I'm not discrediting them, but people like Tim Dillon, I personally am like, he's good. He's good. But he's not the Carlin of our time. He's not the Richard Pryor of our time. He's not the, like even Eddie Murphy of our time. Well, technically though, the Eddie Murphy of our time would be Eddie Murphy, right? Like there's certain comics that are still alive, so we're gonna be like, okay, that's obviously still the comic that is their name. But if you say take a comic like Carlin, who's deceased now, and you go through the catalog of comics current that are active, like Jon Stewart when he retired from the Daily Show, you haven't seen him in many movies. You haven't seen him on many TV shows. You've seen him do a few interviews with like I think even Larry King before Larry King died, type of things. But what I'm getting at is same thing with like Ron White. Uh, Ron White got really heavy into the military stuff. So last I checked in on Ron White's career pattern, he mostly was still doing I think it's the USO or ISO tours, which is the comedians that go out and do military stuff. So they'll go to like Afghanistan and perform at a base, and it's really awesome what they do, and it's truly admirable. Like I mean, there's a reason that Miss Mabel season 3 made sure that they had Mabel starting out basically the first episode, even I think of the third season. Mabel's literally blowing up at that point, and she's literally at one of these shows, these military type shows, but it's in the 50s, 60s era, so it's more like da 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 da. I'm still a lady, but I gotta be a little more like a dude. Like that's the whole thing about Mabel. If you pay close enough attention, like they say it's roughly based off Joan Rivers, and that would kind of make sense, with one exception. In season 4, which is probably going to be their final season, most likely, not just because of the deaths of the one dude, but like in general, how far can they take it? Especially with Lenny Bruce. Like he either has to die in the 4th season or they have to end it where it's like Lenny's on his way out because we all know he took the H train home. But the thing I'm getting at though is if she's really at all based on Joan Rivers, then that means that fourth season is gonna be required that it's basically she's on a sitcom. And it's like she's attempting to do stand up while be on a 1950s talk variety sitcom. Like she's got to become more like Joan Rivers than anything she's ever been in the first 3 seasons. If that makes sense to anyone. I got kind of derailed. What I was getting at though is the comics current. I've been listening to interviews of them, what they were coming up. So like, cause you'll listen to like an interview with Bob Saget, let's say, and Bob Saget will be talking about how he was around when Kinnison was literally nobody. And I don't mean literally nobody because obviously it seems like at least in Texas, Kinnison was known well enough to be known well enough to be like doing some crazy ass shit. Like Saget was on Joe Rogan talking about it, so you can all go to Joe Rogan's podcast on YouTube and look up Bob Saget and Joe Rogan. You can hear the story, but it's not my story to tell. Essentially, is what I'm getting at. I'm working with that. Like you hear a really bomb ass story and you want to talk about it, but then in all reality, what you should do is just give credit to where you heard it and tell people like, hey, go check out this, stream or this podcast or whatever, because otherwise you are basically clout chasing at that point. You're quite literally at that point taking another person's story to fill time. And that's just as bad as being on stage doing stand up and being like, "Oh, what am I going to talk about?" Like why are you asking the audience? Why are you asking other comics like, "Oh, hey, why don't you talk about my material now?" Like it's dead air is what I'm saying. So either way, what I'm getting at is I'd be listening to these interviews with comics, and I'm not talking about the ones like Saget Mark Maron's another example. I would go as okay. I'll go as far back to say anybody that actually spent time as a 20 or years or well, let's say 15 years back. No, okay. Let's say anybody that actually was with Rodney Dangerfield's era. Okay, like every comic before and after and around that time zone. So we're talking post, basically anybody above or beyond Seinfeld and Ray Romano. That kind of group. Okay, so we're talking about all the people that came up in like let's say the people that really started coming up as early as 1999. Okay, but even then, that's kind of playing a stretch because this is where my theory is based out of. Okay, roughly around the time Hicks died, there was a switch that was turned off, like a projective comedy switch got turned off. Where from that point after Hicks was dead, a lot more comics turned tide and became more corporate than ever. So it's like if there was like a balancing beam of comedy, and on one side is like you're just talking about like when people like in the music world when people rip on the Stones, but they give no credit to the Stones. They're just like that Stones sold out like a just you're talking about like people on this tier. There's a tendency to give them no respect, and that only works if you're literally being like a total douchebag about it. Like that's your whole shtick. Otherwise, you have to give some respect to anyone with any form of capital success. And when I say capital success, I'm talking money. Okay, I'm talking like actual products. Even if it's they're making a dollar for every 100,000 clicks or whatever nonsense, so they're making like pennies, but they still have something up here. But mostly the people up here are like shucking out commercials for Sprite and then doing bit parts on sitcoms and then one line in a Judd Apatow flick, right? Those type of comedians. We're not talking about Kevin Hart, okay? And no disrespect to Kevin Hart, because Kevin Hart is considerably one of the hardest, if not the hardest, working comic. Period. Well, work ethic. Talking about we'll take all offers for the most part. and we'll take a script and it's like, this script is not funny, but it's got comedy in its genre. It's a comedy movie. Yet at the same time, it's not funny. He'll still take it and put all his heart into his role to the point of doing his damnedest to make that a fucking true comedy. So you got that side, which you'd be like, we'll call it the sellout section or whatever. Then you have the people with integrity on this side. So the people on this side is most traditionally the people that are going to be putting the weights in this side's favor. Oh, I'm probably doing the weight wrong. So the scale is supposed to be like this. So this side is like selling out type people. So when they have the weight, it's like this. But when these people have the weight, it's like this. And so these are like most recent. There's been a few lately that died that it's like, oh man, But the term specifically, and this includes Bill Hicks, who's one of the more famous ones of this category, is called a comics comic. So comics comic is gonna be a comedian that, in fact, I think it was in a podcast, might have been the same one with Bob Saget that I watched with Joe Rogan's podcast, where he was talking about a Holtzman bit that Holtzman did after that one lady, and I'm pretty sure she actually was from the Pacific Northwest. That's why I was like, oh, dude, I'm pretty sure that's that same fucking lady. I can't remember her name, but it was like he was telling the story is basically that Holtzman told a joke that would be considered too soon by the masses. However, in that house, especially in that audience, the comics were like not saying too soon. They were all like, "Oh, Holtzman, I can't believe you did that. Oh man, come on!" And it was talking about the lady that drowned her kids or whatever. And Holtzman, I guess, was like, they deserved it, which is great. It's not hacky. It's actually like hacking. like let's fuck this shit up. Like let's say some darkness, and the darkness would definitely be the opposite. You're gonna take the side of the murderer because it's like that's how you do it. The point being that it was an example that Joe was giving of like a comics comic, which is so a comics comic is a person that's truly really doing their comedy just for mostly to help the other comics laugh. And that goes and plays deeper into a lot of the more cynical comics. And you'll see the more I'm starting to be observant, the more I'm starting to see this. And what I see is there are certain comics in each city that are sometimes they're usually going to be as young as 30, but no younger than, you're never going to see them any younger than 30. But on average, let's say we're going to place them higher up. They're usually like, they might be 33, 35, looking like they're 50. They might be 50, haven't been at it since they were 15. Like that, these type of people. They never make breaks, whether it's because they keep the principles or whether it's because they never are willing to do whatever it is. Like, and maybe that is like this type of thing. So those are the comics specifically that these comics are really ultimately playing toward. So you have this caliber scale is what I'm getting at, okay? And when Hicks died, I swear the scale just went like this. Like it just, because everything that we're going through now in 2021, excuse me, everything we're going through up to now, and Hicks died in, I want to say 98. Okay, so that's like almost, we're going on 30 years ago, which is plenty of time. That's several graduating classes, which is how I gauge a lot of my time frames, is a graduating class, which is 4 years for those who are completely ignorant to what a graduating class is. I'm talking about on a scale of people, not the 3 years that had junior high. I'm talking about the people that have a traditional 4-year high school program. A graduating class is considered freshman to senior year, 4 years. Okay? Because a junior high essentially means you go 8th, was it 7th, 8th? No, it's 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. You go 4 years in your junior, and then you go to a senior high or whatever it's called, and then that's the last 3 years of your career. Whatever. And that's like, I don't know, but it's got it. There's probably some historical value to all that. What I'm getting at though is that's how I gauge the time is every, so I call it a graduating class. So since Hicks died, there's been several graduating classes. Okay. And this is pre 2001, global world takeover type agendas and like all that stuff that came across after 9/11, like that big deals was like a lot of that stuff that happened. So all these comics essentially now, what I'm getting at is I'm listening to these interviews because I don't necessarily, most times, actually, matter of fact, I really don't enjoy. There was something that happened to me. It was right around the time Dane Cook was not in the light anymore. So I can't use Dane Cook as the reason, and he's really not. But around the time that Dane Cook, it was right after he did that movie with Kevin Costner about the serial killers and stuff. And then Dane Cook kind of dropped off a little bit. Around that time, something clicked in my head that turned me off from almost all comedy. And at the same time, I was literally still going to paid shows in big places, but not always having to pay because a lot of times I was working, or at comedy clubs where I was definitely working, or I was going to open mics, which is where a lot of my time was spent at this time period in my life. So I wasn't necessarily always performing. Also, mind you, a lot of my timing and a lot of my comedy experiences up to now have been spent mostly in the audience, because not that I didn't want to go on stage and perform, but because I'm so much working on so many different things at one time that for me to be going on stage would be wasting the mic. Because to me, especially when I first started really considering comedy more as like a front narrative over, even at the time I was going through a lot of stuff like changes with improv troops and improv in general, and I was in college and like some stuff, like there's a lot of factors going on. So it's kind of like, okay, I have to direct my time because I only have so much time. What am I going to do? I need to get laid, but I can't get laid if I'm always having to do my school. And then, like, I am literally focusing on school. So what can I do? And then I realized I was like, well, I can work at these specific areas where I can be around it, even if I'm not a part of it. And then I can hit the mics and I can kind of figure the system out. But at the same time, I can study and do my work. So a lot of times people, like what I was joking with Casey earlier, like, oh, it's his grocery list. It's like a lot of times people would think that I'm writing jokes, but I never go up and perform. But then like sometimes I would show them, I'd be like, I'm not writing jokes. I'm writing a thesis about the direct correlation between World War II Germany and fucking North Korean War or something, like whatever my topical matter for. Usually it was when I was in the journalism program, you had to do a lot of like if you weren't doing something on a specific writer, you were doing something that was like write something as if you were. So a lot of like my papers were basically as if you were like write this and turn this in as if you were turning it into, your boss at CNN or whatever. That type of thing. That's how a lot of the that's how a lot of the journalism program works. Is it's if you're not specifically doing writing course like English literature of the program, which a lot of people don't realize that journalism isn't just about looking pretty on camera and reading a teleprompter. A majority of it is actually about learning how to do um, bibliography, like beyond bibliography, doing citing sources, and beyond citing sources, finding sources, and beyond finding sources, checking, double checking, triple checking sources. Beyond that, like a lot of journalism program is about understanding the protocols required, even though like this is crazy to say this because of the little amount of integrity that we have in the world of journalism, as it feels more than ever people just like don't really recognize what's going on. A lot of these journalists people that are on stage, I will call it a stage, but like in general, a lot of journalists in general are highly educated on the workings of true journalism, like real true journalism. What the difference is that there's this clicking factor where it's no longer, it's not like 5 minutes fame, 15 minutes fame. It's not even like fame in general is just this blurred amalgam to where now what we're dealing with is basically I want to be Brad Pitt. However, I am in my late 20s. I've never done a single modeling gig. I was told long ago I'm not tall enough, or without getting my cheeks fucking poofed out and my nose corrected and my ears cut back, there's no way I could ever be the epitome of what is required to be this model or whatever, you know? Because a lot of people they think like, oh, you know, you could just go and become a famous actor. It's like, no, most actors, especially now in modern times, are models. That's just how it's been since Hollywood in the 90s. Essentially, they really just, I think it really started in the 80s. You had a bunch of coked out, most likely homosexual males, high in priority on the Hollywood system, and like I said, coked out of their minds, going, oh, he's a fucking, that guy's beautiful. I want to suck his dick. Like, let's put him in film. Because if I want to suck his dick, all these girls want to suck his dick, and all these guys want to suck his dick. So therefore, that's going to be art, whatever. Versus when Hollywood, especially when it first started, it was legitimate stage actors, and they were like, "We've got this new medium. It doesn't pay very well, but it has potential. So take this film or whatever." That's why if you watch the older films, sometimes you have to have an attention span simply because it's actually live theater on film. People do not recognize this. So I know I just derailed like three times over, so I'm gonna cut in reverse. But what I was talking about journalism, I was mainly getting at the narrative of integrity. There's no such thing as a journalist, but a true journalist versus what you see is what I would say the correlation is going to be here. So if you're following the narrative, now we're going to bounce back to where we started at, which is comedy. So as an observer of comedy, I was still taking note of the comedy around me. So then now we're going to cut to what I was getting at, my initial point. And I think Casey texted me, so I could check on that, but I wanted to keep with what I'm doing here, which is just like, it's going to be there's just going to be a multi-level thing until we figure out, like, we're going to have an intro song, we're going to have like swag to sell. It's going to be beautiful once it all gets running. And it's mostly going to be me. If that's the case, that's the case. So what I was mainly getting at is, so we're going to start 99 at the earliest. So any comic that was, let's say, okay, we're gonna kind of time shoot it. So like in the 70s, let's say it was pretty average and normal for a 15-year-old. Okay, like Jim Carrey really get his break when he was younger type stuff. Okay, a lot of comics back in the 70s, let's say, was like, it wasn't too uncommon for like a really cocky motherfucker to show up in LA and be 16, 17. I'm pretty sure Bill Hicks started when he was 16, 17 type of thing. And I'm not talking starting Texas. I'm talking leaving Texas, coming to LA. I'm talking about like Jim Carrey came to LA when he was 17, I think. I'm pretty sure something around 17, 18. Like that type of atmosphere. So we're going to eliminate all of that. So what we're going to do is we're going to say like around 1999, if he was a comic that was around 20 years old or older. Okay? So any comic now that would be, if you're following my timing, we're gonna go 99 at the earliest. So if he was 20 and 99, right? So now we're in 2021. So you'd be like in your 40s. So any comic right now that's on the up and up, that's, let's make it really like on the skim, but let's say if you're 37, yeah, 37, if you're 37 or older, any comic, okay, so you got a lot, like I said, you got all these other comics, whatever. So we're talking about the people that are up here that are people like And here's going to be some name drops, but not, you know what I mean? But Big J Okerton, Tim Dillon, Bill Burr, um, uh, who's some more I can just like Tony Hinchcliffe, Anthony Jeselnik, John Mulaney, um, right? Like what I'm talking about. Okay, you kind of get the general idea. So all those comics, okay, listening to their interviews is what I'm getting at. So I don't necessarily like most comedy, and that's what I was talking about before. Is around the time Dane Cook dropped off, I got something clicked and I got really turned off from most of comedy. I could not. It's not that I couldn't laugh; it's that I couldn't laugh. I literally could not laugh. When I was laughing, most of the time it was forced induced laughter because I knew there was certain amounts, even early on I knew there was certain amount of energy that you had to be careful about because other people would observe, like, why is this person not laughing, why is this guy not like, especially the comic on stage, if they noticed my you and it's fine if you were attempting to play mind games or whatever, but most times, like I said, I would be studying if I wasn't interested, which was most times. I'd be listening, but like saying, I heard this one. I heard, okay, yeah, yeah, I know where he's gonna go. Okay, yeah. Or I would hear them like starting up, and I'd be like, all right, yeah, you need to cut out like fuck all of it because that was a lot of lead in to get to one simple punchline. And the punchline was great, but the reason I wasn't laughing is I had already tuned out on your. You need to cut that down to like understand what that really is one simple little punch for too much talking. So you need to like shrink it down to just that punch, find more jokes within that joke, expand that joke. So then, therefore, it's like 5 minutes with three solid laughs. The middle one being the one that already you have. So you shrank it and expanded it. So it went this and then that. So that that's, and then even then it's like, oh, that's only 3 minutes, right? 3 minutes with three solid punches. That's not an easy task. You could ask any professional, they probably would admit that. It's like, no. Unless you throw the hacky stuff in, which is usually what you want to do, you're gonna fluff it out. What I'm realizing, my experience now in comedy versus when I was starting out is so expansive now. Because there's a lot of arrogance and a lot of youth that was, whether I chose to accept it then, wouldn't change what it is now. But ultimately, what I'm talking about here is, at this time period, especially early on, if I was turned off, I was turned off. So it means like the only amount of feedback that's coming in here is just the general, not white noise. I am listening to these comics on stage to make sure they're not saying something, what if I'm going up, especially. But at this time period, like I said, I was mostly just studying. So it'd be one of those things. Most times, if someone wasn't interested, what would pique my interest is if they mention something that's like, whoa, wait a second, because that's like what I'm literally working on right now. Like, whoa, that's so obscure that I'd be like, okay, what the fuck is this a universal? Mind you, I was also very high at these times, like drugs. So I guess like to rope it back around to what I'm getting at, though, specifically what I'm getting at is the interviews I've been listening to of these comics that are on this echelon here now. But it's more realizing that then when I went back and when I had listened and when I hear the comics previous to the ones now, I'm starting to realize, I believe, the the gap, like what's going on here and what happened. If that makes any sense at all, I'm not sure. But essentially what I'm getting at is like, whereas you had comics like, let's say right now, current comics like, who could I use? Jim Brewer is a good example. Okay, Jim Brewer, fire talent, very funny guy, great career, still going strong. Okay, Bob Saget, all right, mediocre, subpar overall career, but 100 on the comic level. And I'm not saying Brewer's not a comic, but I am saying that Brewer is not on, when I was talking about the scale, Brewer is over here for sure. And Brewer talks about that, and that's kind of leading into what I'm saying. So when Brewer talks about the comics in his, what I would call, like what I was saying, graduating classes, you see where I'm going? You see how my mind works now? When I think about time in a narrative form or a linear fashion, I call it and I think of it as a 4-year cyclical graduating class, graduating class, graduating class, graduating class. Okay. And if I was to break it, like if I was really trying to do like a whole 3-hour lecture on this shit and I was really divisive about it, then I would break it down. Okay, no, but fuck all that. Let's apply it to how we apply it to comedy. And then therefore it would be a decade system because comedy is a mandatory decade system, minimums. And the reason I say that is that you don't understand, like most people don't understand. Truly, most people that walk up don't exist a year from now, don't exist 6 months from now. I've seen, especially females, and this is not going to get too deep about it to say, like, oh, the reason they're not here, but simply put, just as a general frame of reference, what I'm saying here, especially females, I have seen them go up at a mic, and a lot of times, like, oh, my first time, and then I'll be here next week, right? Same thing with males, though. But anytime a comic, at this point in I'm so tempted to say career, but it's like, no, there ain't no fucking career, bro. But at this point in my comedy experiences, plural, and in this point in general of where my mind's at to observe my current surroundings based on all my minimal but like personal catalog of knowledge collected. When I hear a comic say things to me now, like they'll go, "Oh, dude, I'm be here next week," kind of thing. I just nod my head and say, "All right, I look forward to that." But in my head, I'm really nodding, going like, "All right, we'll see." But I've known like abrasiveness is one of those things. Unless it's your shtick and it's like 100, don't do anything out of character just to be a dick to somebody. Like you don't want to accidentally discourage somebody, but you definitely don't want to waste your energy pumping somebody up because you're putting more energy into this usually random stranger, whether you hit it off immediately and feel like you're, soul kin, or whether you just like, oh, this person's interesting. I'm not sure why, but I really would want to see them next week, whatever, that kind of thing. Instead, because you're going to give them too much energy of your own and too much of your creativity, and you're going to gift them accidentally too much. You're going to give them too much if you are like, oh, did this. Because I was that person for the longest time. I'd say a good 7 years minimum. I was, and I'm talking up till very recently, I was this guy. Oh, right on, dude. Okay, so have you heard of this mic? Oh, have you heard of this mic? Have you heard of this mic? All right. And like in my head, I was just like, yeah, because like any of these comics, they show up, but in all reality, what usually would happen if that comic was serious at all, they might go to one of those other ones. Maybe. And if they were serious and they go to the other one, then that's all there is to that. They wouldn't like show up and be like, oh, dude, I'm here because of this guy. So I would find like at some point it's like minimalizing. You're not benefiting yourself at all in the industry. So unless that's what you want to do and who you want to be, and you're going to end up like those dudes I was talking about before that really know a thing or two about comedy, especially in their local scene, but are never going to go anywhere because they never, whether it's ambition, whether it's placement, whether it's whatever it is, I have so minimal experiences overall to really collectively understand. But what I was mainly getting at is this. So a lot of the comics that are popular now started making a lot of their biggest breaks and major plays in the comedy world. So let's say as simple as getting weekly spots at the Comedy Store to as something as extreme as like, oh, they were a regular on such and such TV show, or oh, they were in like Amy Schumer's last 5 movies and had writing credits on her television program, right? Like whatever. I don't know shit. I am so ignorant. So many names get dropped at me, and I come off as that guy that's like too cool. But at the same time, it's mostly I'm not that I'm too cool. It's that I got so turned off that I was not actively seeking out new comedy anymore. So the only comedy I was actually seeing was in Phoenix, local comics mostly. That's why I like to brag now and again. It's not huge brags, it's more humble brags, but it's like these comics that aren't like huge by any means, but they're specifically, especially comics that moved from Phoenix as local nobody, but not, like you get kind of big enough to the point where it's like, all right, I've pretty much done everything I can here. Time for me to go to LA. And when I go to LA, then I'm going to really have to work. And then I can always go back home most of the time because they're from Arizona most of the time. They're either transient, but like me, where they were there for over 10 years. So therefore, they basically know what it's like to be, for the most part, living in that state, that kind of thing. So they're not necessarily localized, like from born and raised. But even then, they might be born and raised. My point is they came to LA from Arizona. And now they're like, I mean, I name drop now and again, like Jet Ski Johnson, Chappelle Lacey. Like personally, I mean, he was starting to make his thing out here with Mike, but Mike is in LA right now. But you got Anwar Newton, who I prefer over Mike. I shit talk the fuck out of Mike, but Mike as a person ain't so bad, and as a comic, not so bad. Like I just personally am not a fan of the guy style, shtick, everything, like overall. But it's more like a mutual heckle, and more so on his side and his energy by comparison to mine. Because there's a lot of people that will pretend like they don't even know me sometimes, but then at other times they'll respect me and they'll be like, all right. Like Mike was the guy when I was at the Comedy Store in the Belly Room. Like this is before COVID. This was 2019. I think it was around, I want to say April maybe in 2019, something like that. Maybe it was June. I can't remember exactly specifics without looking back into my history and like cataloging in my mind. I'm not going to waste time on that. So let's just say it was spring, summer. Let's just say summertime 2019. Okay, whatever. But the point is, I saw, so Anwar and Mike came to LA to perform their little thing, which was, it's called Thursday Night Sucks This Week or something like that. It's just a fun little shtick they do. It's like a cool show. It's like a hybrid. It's like Tony Hinchcliffe's show, Kill Tony, but then minus majority of the performing, but adding in all of the performing. So oftentimes what it is it'd be Mike and Anwar would invite comics on that they've seen perform several times over, or they would invite comics on specifically that they've been told like, yo, you should have, yeah, have that, trust us, have that person. So if it was a person they didn't know really well, they would listen to the material, and then Anwar, usually more than Mike, would heckle in at points when it's like, I just got you. But otherwise, they would listen to all the material, and then they would heckle heckle him more, or just be like, all right, that's it, like. And then they had they still do, but Trevor, and he has a light, like a big old Fisher Price type light, and you'd be like, But if they knew the comic, that's when it became more of a fun show, personally. Well, I also enjoy, especially Anwar, but this is where I do like Mike, is their political commentary, actually. Like, so that's why it's like this week's Shuck So tonight, because they do the comics, but before that, they do like a literal like slideshow and talk about modern events from the previous week. So it's a really cool setup entirely. And the main reason I brought all this up was they were performing the show. I was at the Comedy Store at the same time, happenstancely, but also just because I was haunting the store. At this point, I'd been in the store every single night, and more so beyond closing time, because I would stay until the end of the Ding Dong show. I would literally stay, and they would have that fucking crazy motherfucker in the green suit just going off the handle. It's such gibberish, just complete whatever. And I wasn't there for that guy either. I was there for like the experience overall anyway. So I'd be there like hardcore. Anyways, I brought there was a dude. He was just chilling, like, because the comedy store set up like this, where there's courtyard, like an aisleway. So I was just drinking, and I was like, "Oh, they're gonna. Oh, fuck yeah, I'm gonna go." So when their show was getting ready to start, I got this dude. I'm like, "What are you doing? Still, he's just chilling." He's like, "Yeah, yeah, we came up for this thing, and then my buddies left, but I'm like, I'm just gonna hang out, whatever." I'm like, "All right, cool, man. You like comedy, right?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "My buddy's got this show up here. Let's go check it out." So I brought somebody into their show, and then they didn't sell out the belly room by any means. So it was kind of intimate. But what I'm getting at is during their stuff, I was heckling, but playfully, like I do. And Mike actually was like, because the fucking guards are insanity at the comedy store. Like, if the fucking, I call them guards, but they're just employees, and they're literally mostly starving comics. And when I say starving, I don't mean for food, even though most of the time they are. I mean starving for, like, oh, when's my break? When's my break? Okay, okay, okay. I'm really only here because I'm waiting for my break. Okay, okay. God, I don't give a fuck about anybody's comedy. I don't give a fuck about this comedy. When am I gonna meet? When am I gonna meet Dave Chappelle? He's gonna be like, "Oh, man, I love you, dude. You're like those type of fuckheads are most of the people that was working at that bitch. So these fuckheads don't know fucking shit from dick, and they definitely don't know that I'm fucking spent years in Phoenix watching these motherfuckers before this show even was conceptualized. Like, I remember Chappelle Lacey performing in small little fucking places before he moved to LA. I remember the week that Jet Ski Johnson and her friend part. I don't really go that deep into most comics because they're not my friends. Like, they're not my family. They're not my, like, I'd say I'm close with Anwar, but not close with Anwar. Chappelle and me, like Chappelle Lacey and me, are I I definitely would not rush out to go support him at any shows like I would with Will Martinez if it was like, oh, this is the show, and Will's like, yo, can you come bring your energy? I'd be like, yo, I'm on it. Like, I would do that for certain comics that I'm really not even close with. But if you're following what I'm saying, I mostly take most of my personal pride from simply just that I've watched these like, the same shit that I talk is lovingly endearing of the fact that I have an amount, like an amount of respect and admiration for how much and how far and where they're at. But at the same time, as I rise up, should I rise up, I'm not gonna be like hand out pulling them along, like. And if they come to me, I'm gonna be like, yo, you had a good 15 years to help me get to where I'm at now. And in those 15 years, certain people are going to be really affected when I explain to them, you remember this time, and this time? Because I never forgot. Those are 3 times when I reached out to you when I had a fire project that would have skyrocketed and been the #1 viral video in that moment, because a lot of my sketches especially are so time locked it's not even fair. So if I don't literally film and have it edited within 3 days, it would never succeed on the 5th, 7th, 8th day. Like, that's the reason I'm telling people, like, people do not conceptualize, I don't think, how good I am at what I do. The reality is, the reason that I know I'm clandestine, if anything, and the reason I know that I will be on Saturday Night Live at some point, provided I don't actually kill myself, quite literally take my own life for my own reasons, because I don't believe it's right for us to suicide shame people. I believe it's more right for us to consider, like, the reasons why people might, and also have a higher esteem and respect for people that do, realizing that it actually takes sometimes a lot of courage to do it, because mostly the reason that people stigmatize suicide to begin with is their own personal fears of death itself. So, not to get too deep about this shit, but what I'm saying is, provided I don't actually kill myself, which is what you gotta tread water even when you're talking about your own personal self, because, like, there's all these people out there like, no, dude, it's like, no, listen, motherfucker, like, one of the only people in my life recently that I like really have a lot of like I've grown to admire even more is the one person that says back to me like, I'm not gonna tell you not to do it. I'm not gonna tell you to do it. I'm just gonna say I get where your headspace is at, and I know no matter what amount of encouraging words I tell you, they're not gonna register. So I'm not gonna waste my breath, but I'm gonna let you know that I have been there. I recognize I might go back there. I'm not cured. So I want you to understand within that medium, that's where we're at. And I'm here for you should you need somebody to vent to or talk to or reach out to. Do you understand? That's what is that's a real person. That's like that. A person that's never been through that type of shit especially is the most inflammatory person to have around you because they're going to pump you and attempt to and be like all this bullshit basically. And if you buy what they're selling you, it's going to make you worse in the long run because you're going to buy all this shit they're selling you like it'll be better tomorrow. Oh, you just don't realize 10 years from now you're going to be in this. And if you buy what they're selling and you really buy it and you work at it and everything and a decade goes by and then you start clicking and you go and then it's actually stronger because you're like even more now you're like fuck this shit, another 10 years have gone by and I'm still here and I really want to end it now because I'm watching all the crazy around at the same time. You see the difference? So ultimately the best person is the person that's like, look, I'm not going to tell you not to do it. I'm not going to tell you to do it. I'm just going to let you know that I know no matter what I say right now, it's most likely not going to fully register, other than I myself recognize where you're at in the sense that I've been in a similar spot in my head before. So if you do want to just vent it out, but you recognize, like when it comes to me personally, it's when you recognize that who you're talking to, I'm gonna like, because if you come to me with some super sad shit, there's a spectrum of personality you're gonna get from me. I might be straight up like, I'm not gonna tell you to do it, but I might play into it and be like, can I have your car when you do it, if that's cool? You see what I'm saying? Because like humor does definitely work to help, but at the same time, part of me is kind of like that too. So I'd be like that a little bit. Like I'm serious funny. So if you're gonna do this, I'm not gonna tell you not to, but can I have your car? And also while we're at it, can I have those 17,000 thread count sheets? Can I have your pet dachshund? You know? Like, can I have a bunch of your shit basically? Because if you're gonna do it, I'm not gonna stop you. But once you do it, can we like make sure that I get that stuff? Because I know a lot of people gonna be fighting for it, and I'm like, I want to make sure I get it. So like, we can make a contract and everything just in case. I'm not gonna tell you not to, but I'm gonna say like, hey, if you're gonna do it, we are friends, right? Like we're close. You literally came to me. I got off topic again. My main thing was this. Okay, you listen to the newer comics that rose up. Let's say, right, the ones that are in their 40s right now or in their late 30s. This goes for rappers too, to some extent, but not to get derailed. Okay. Oh, actually, I'm gonna check real quick and see what Casey said because I think he might be wanting back in, but he can't log in or something. He's like saying he's charging his phone. So we haven't figured out his computer just yet. So that's the thing about Casey. It's like a lot of technological whatever. What I before I was doing this specifically, I was watching a bunch of interviews with Tupac and stuff, and I've been watching Tyson stuff also lately a lot. Like just some interesting, different type of mentalities that I'm kind of I'm working with a lot of levels of not self sabotage anymore. It's more just self depression. Like, okay, if I were to break down and to like tell everyone like what I'm going through, it would be the most self indulgent, boohoo type stuff. Like, even though to me personally, this stuff is like the death of me, a lot of it is quite equivalent to your stereotypical grade school romance when they break up. And either the girl or the guy, or both the guy and the girl at the same time, depending, whatever. It's like, oh, I just want to die because this. Right? So a lot of what I'm dealing with right now is that. And then a lot of what I'm dealing with right now is the pressures of experience, wisdom, time, meeting up with. You cannot attach yourself. You cannot attach yourself to your past. Decisions, indecisions, random occurrences, and things completely out of your control. You cannot attach yourself to your past because the term that it's an anchor is one thing, but it's more than that. It's this, what I'm dealing with at least, okay, is if you sit here in the present moment now, doing what you're doing. So in this case, you, the future's audience, are listening to me talk. Okay? So that's what you're doing. At the same time, you may be doing other things. So you might just be listening and you might be doing janitorial work, or you might be jerking off. You might be doing anything in the world from billion types of categories. And the way my mind works, you might be on the planet Mars in the year 2072. And this is in the catalogs. I don't really care that much to put too much into the future in that way. But I'm the future present recording live. But you're the future's audience currently watching and listening. And so what I'm saying right now is that if you break it down, okay, they always and through the years, and there's so many books, and I'm sure there's a bajillion TikTokers, and just the world is filled with this specific phrasing. Not word for word, but oftentimes word for word. And it's basically saying you can't it's anxiety based, a lot of it, but it's you can't change the past, and you can't alter the past, and you can only be affected as much as you allow yourself to be affected by the past. Now, what that is mainly getting at is your memories, especially your memories, because your memory becomes anchored and then becomes wiring. But also it's simply implying, for example, this is going to be an extreme again, but say you were a 15-year-old girl at a party, and it was a senior party, and in more so, you was the only 15-year-old freshman at this party. So there were other girls and tons of other dudes, but they was all 17 and 18, 19 even. And even then, the one that got the alcohol, or the couple that got the alcohol, was like freshmen in college now, but they was last year they was seniors. So you got some people that was like 20, 21 even, right? And you was the only 15-year-old. So this is like extreme category. And you would never like you drank a little bit and then you had your wine from church. And you wasn't like a straight up Christian prude by any means, but you was still a virgin girl by all means because let's be frank here, a lot of girls in general when they're freshmen in high school have not experienced dare I go so far as to say most freshman girls haven't even experienced much past a kiss and maybe a guy touching their breasts. And the same thing applies to a girl on girl. Like most girls that are 15 might have experimented a little, but the chances of them experiencing, say, scissoring, not as high. If that makes any sense at all. And this is like a huge rash generalization here, but what I'm getting at is specific. So you get raped, basically. You straight up, you drink a little too much, just enough, and the last thing you remember is something, and then you just woke up, and you're alone in the bed, but there's blood on the sheets, your hymen's been busted, okay? And like I said, you come from a Christian home, but let's say you come from any on the spectrum, because the kindest Christian family is going to be fully 100 accepting no matter what. And yeah, the dad especially, but in general, parent would be agitated about the rape, right? But in general, overall scheme of things, for the most part, this is an example of a personal trauma that even to some extent could carry well into your college years, and you never once spoke about it to anyone. And there were people, especially ones closest to you, that observed that from your sophomore year to where you're at current, your behavior drastically changed. Or you did really good at hiding it a lot of, but there was definitely something different about you after then. And you never said shit. That is what I'm talking about. So, when an extreme happens in the past, and now you're in the moment, your behaviors and your mind are directly connected. So therefore, what I'm getting at is, you hit the future button. Now, the future button is where you go things like this. Like, I believe there's going to be a day when I'm no longer chained to my trauma. I believe that there's going to be a day when more so I cannot just speak up about what happened, but I can find out there were others that it happened to, etc. This is provided you know who raped you. But realistically, hopefully you can understand at this point that we no longer need to discuss that hypothetical because it's already a terrible thing to talk about, whether it's practical or not. What's more important is what I'm talking about is like when you allowed the traumas in your past to affect your present. So if you're thinking about the future and you're glorifying, usually there's gonna be three mindsets here. There's the mindset that's like not cynical and mopey, but not excited and whatever the opposite of cynicism is. I'm gonna say hope, idealism, something like that. So you're basically just etarded is the term. Like I don't even know if that's fair anymore, but it's straight up what we used to say back in the day, like bro's etarded. And it literally means you do so much ecstasy that you flatline emotionally. So you literally are just like this all the fucking time. It's insanity when you meet people like that. But if they stay off the drugs and years go by, the plasticity and repairability of the mind is insanity. They will start having emotions again a little bit. But the point is that there's a baseline of straight monotone. So I was going to call it neutral. Then you have the one that's complete cynicism. Completely like, shit is only going to keep getting worse. If we don't stop it now, you don't even think that way. You think There's no stopping it now. It's only going to get worse. So when you're thinking about the future, you have the straight narrative that's just nothing ever changes. Nothing ever gets better. Nothing ever gets worse. It's always this way. And people are no more intelligent. They're no less intelligent. People are no more aware, no less aware. There's always going to just be this exact amount of everything. And it's always forever. This boring, straight jack. There are people that could see the world like that and view the world like that. I believe this when they're thinking about, like, let's think about the future. A lot of those people, I'm guessing, also are practical. And I'm not discrediting them. I'm saying they're like when you talk to a person that has, let's say, I was going to say a 10-year plan, but let's just say like even a 3-year plan. So it's a person that's quite legitimately like planned out 3 years and done it with such a practical efficiency that just short of like really extreme things, they can actually follow through on that. And it's because they're using broad enough strokes with, say, financial investments, especially. They're like, all right, I know even if this were to occur, this will be backed up by this. And, they know like they've been at this job for 4 years now and everyone loves them. And there's literally no way that they're going to lose this job, just short of, like I said, extremes. So they can plan 3 years. Those type of people, that's the baseline. And the people that are cynics, like to the extreme, those are people that's like, things are only going to get worse in the future. They're only going to get worse. And then you have the other ones. The other ones is like so idealistic, so beautiful, so hope filled. Okay. And we're talking about mindsets when you're talking about the future here, right? People are probably like, at this point, I'm wondering if people are kind of like how I was when I was watching the Bob Saget and Joe Rogan interview, where it's like, is he gonna go back to what he was saying? Like, because I'm still wondering what he was getting at when he was talking about the comics and like listening to interviews of now and then he just went on to this thing and then he was on the suicide and there's that thing. Like, believe you me, people, I've gotten way better at circling around and finding where I'm getting at. So it's kind of like a narrative though, and in general, what I'm discussing right now is it all ties back in. Now I kind of derail myself, But what I'm really getting at is all the same. So you're thinking about the future. You only got one of those three. And if you're welcome to comment. Make sure you like and subscribe. Put that thumbs up. I haven't said that yet, right? But this is technically private comments. But if you're following what I'm saying, this is where it goes. So you have those three mindsets about the future. And now I just led to those topical matters because I was discussing about being anchored and attached and connected to your past. And when I'm talking about your past, just so it's like totally understood, like when I'm talking about your past, I'm talking about like right now I'm not talking about people that can't remember their past. I'm not talking about people that have never had any traumas at all. I'm talking from a perspective personally, but also for what I'm discussing right now about people specifically who have had something traumatic. And then in which case I used an extreme example of like a 15-year-old girl. Da, 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 da. But the point was to get across the concept of something can happen to you that will completely change your personality, completely change your perspectives, completely change everything in your life. Like, and more so, it'll be something that's to some extreme stigmatized to a point where you're not even comfortable discussing it, to the point where like you legitimately would have benefited 6 years ago before you was a junior in college having a mental breakdown and a massive drug problem from your sophomore year, going to the school counselor, revealing to them what happened at the senior party, understanding that you're not a narc and that you really are just, that kind of thing. Having the school counselor be like, oh, this is way above my pay grade. Do you want to report it to the police or blah, blah, blah? You'd be like, no, 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 I'm sorry I said anything, kind of thing. Only to have them be like, no, no, it's fine. This is a safe space. But I would like, and I understand if you don't want to talk to your parents and stuff, I get how it is, but you should seek therapy from a clinical therapist to help you, because you need it. You really do, right? It's not going to happen. Most people are going to just carry on until it breaks them, basically. So that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so now you can see. So there's three perspectives to take when you're viewing the future. But what I'm talking about is for specifically the people with traumas. Plural. I said traumas, but it really is as simple as it could just be one trauma. But the key factor here is it's something traumatic enough. It's not like it's very rare to have a full blown adult person that still cannot get over the day. Like they will at some point see the joke about it that their big brother smacked the ice cream out of their hand that they were so happy about because it was a reward for whatever. They might have carried that grudge against their older sibling well into their 20s. But then at some point it becomes humorous in their 50s. Like, you know what I mean? Like, generally speaking, I'm not lighthearted trauma. I'm talking about like, here's a good example, right? Like you was at what was supposed to be labeled as and supposed to be a peaceful protest, and then you literally witnessed a policeman brutally attacking a child that was there. Now that's something that actually happened to me within the last 2 years. It was the maid. Well, I don't want to get specifics, but let's just put it this way: like you can find the stuff. Just look up "cop in Seattle pepper spraying child." You'll find the general information. The point is, when you get traumatized in general, and it's something that drastically changes how you are in the future. So now we're talking about not the future here, though. We're talking about when you're in the present moment. So you're in the present moment, okay? When you are thinking about the future, if you're a person that idealizes things, then in the same way, you got to be careful because you might think to the past, okay? Now you're going to see, because now we're seeing it. I get it. Even me, I got to be like, okay, I need to just cut the fat, cut the fat, cut the fat. But for this case, this is more of a thing. Like people who are going to be watching this and listening to this are going to enjoy Casey. They're going to enjoy me. They're going to enjoy our guests. They're going to enjoy our content. You're the future's audience for a reason. You come back to this and listen to it. You do what I do. We do the same things. We're very similar wavelengths. But you really appreciate it when I rope it around, and then you're like, okay, that is really cool. He didn't just cover the one thing. He kind of better explained the way that his mind is 24/7, and I really dig it because my mind's like that, but like spread out over months. My brain, I have so much going on that I have to like constantly. So here's what I'm getting at. If you're a person that sees the future, let's say in stars and rainbows, right? Like candy and can corns, like just everything beautiful, nothing but hope for the future. Okay? An idealistic type personality. Not the cynical and not the straight and basic, let's call it, right? You know, just the general practical or whatever. So when you see things in that positive, you got to be careful because there's a similar thing what could happen if you so if you're thinking about the past in any way, so let's say you're thinking about the past like this, like, God, those fucking 5 years when we were in college and all we were doing those parties, I've never had more puss, I've never had more drink, like everything was so Gucci. That's called living in the past for a reason. And it's your mind versus not being aware of in the present moment. Like, yeah, that was great, but that was amazing. However, but you can take it to where you're at right now and realize that there's a reason that you're not still doing all that. And it's not just because you're no longer in college. Like, there's a reason a lot of times people will be like in their mid 30s and really starting to be like, I really only have like maybe one friend and then my wife. What's going on? I used to have, well, you break it down, you're like, you're no longer on a team anymore. You know, you're no longer on the internet. No. But in all reality, what happens is it's like You could go back and party with a bunch of 20-year-olds, but you're gonna be like stuck in this also. We're gonna be like laughing, or it's just like, and then you're gonna get in this mindset where you're trying to be like, yo, okay, do not do this, and this. That's what me and my people. And then that's when they're gonna be like, yo, how old are you? Like, I thought Seal was 19 like us. How old are you? And then you're gonna be like, 37. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Fuck. Hey, yo, just do 70, 30. Right? So what I'm getting at is, if you think positively about the future, you could get stuck in this pattern of thinking in the past. It's a flip side. So there's a narcissistic pattern which is called the vulnerable narcissist, or like something like that. And what it is it's a type personality disorder, they call it, but it's just personality. It's just what it is. But for some whatever reason, a person like this typically has a mindset where they feel, and when I say feel, I mean it emotionally, especially, whatever is the deal with them, it's a cognitive thing and it's an like emotional thing, but they believe that they are, and maybe even it's something else where they're fighting something so badly, and the only way to fight it is to anchor into this type of perspective. But it's I deserve, I deserve, I should have. Why is the next thing that follows? They usually, why does this guy get all that? This guy's not even da, 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 da. I am. Why don't I? Like, and then you can fill in these with so many gaps of like really, I want to say toxic thought patterns, but it's not toxic. It's what it is until you start sorting it out and kind of like spreading it out and going like, all right, this is this and this is this and this is this, and what do I want to keep, and what do I really want to like realize is not healthy for me, especially. So it's like really personal, right? Because when you feel deserving, it means that at some point you were exposed to some extreme, or maybe not that much, but typically these are basing on extremes, to some types of misinformed entitlement. So whether that means like when you was young, someone told you that you could be anything you want, but it wasn't like the average person that hears that and they're just like, okay, and then it goes on. It's the type of person where it's like, I can be anything I want. I can be anything I want. I can be any, and you really believe that. But then there's these things when you start believing what everyone's saying to you, especially. So it's like, I'm not going to say that I haven't had it better off than some people, because I have. And that's not me bragging about how much better I have it. It's me simply saying that I've spent enough time visiting, traveling, and simply putting myself into situations, sometimes very, very bad idea. I'm going to do this shit anyway because I want to experience. So I know, like, I've observed, and in general, there are people who they didn't start off. They started off. They didn't like start off and get here. No, they were born into it. Period. Usually, a lot of those people are also dead now, because of, put it any way else, it's not. You can't. That's the life, and they were born into the life, and they lived that life, and now they don't anymore. Take it however you want to take it. So I'm not sure Casey's coming back, but we're hitting up on 2 hours, and I feel like I'm just gonna rub it back to what I was saying initially, and then people can take the topic and they can comment, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. But like in general, I can always come back and talk more about these subjects. So that's how it is. So anyway, to rope it all together, here's what I'm getting at. I have been working a lot on figuring out what exactly it is that's making, or because it's very easy to default how you feel into categories. So if you're really wanting to grow as a human, if you're really wanting to like expand your consciousness, if you're really wanting to truly, truly like fight the system, the real system, okay, which is one versus the same one. Like the real system is inside here. And it begins from the trauma, and this is ultimate truth. It's not simply that people can't remember their births. This is a proven fact. Whether it's been reported, I'm not sure. I'm not talking out my ass, but I am saying things that you're welcome to come back at me and be like, no, nah. But I'm going to tell you right now, this is my reality. This is my truth. This is where I'm coming from. And it makes perfect sense to me until you want to discuss otherwise and start that discourse. And I am more than grateful and look forward to that time. Unless, once again, Future's audience listening now, you agree and you're like, hell yeah, heck yeah, or whatever you want. You know, some people are, more PC than others, and whatever. But what I'm saying is, and this is just the case, when it comes to traumas, the more severe the trauma, the stronger the chance that you won't remember anything. And I'm not saying this is because you blacked out. I'm not saying this is because you got drugged, right? You see, like, you got roofied. You had a literal drug-induced blackout. Okay? You cannot. There is no amount of hypnotherapy even. There's just no way. Your brain legitimately was turned off as if you flipped the switch on the outdoor camera. Okay? That's how blackouts really, actually, truly 150% work. That's why even when you're doing that drunk recall stuff that they made fun of, well, not made fun of, but topical matter and like how they found their way back in Beer Fest, they had to get as blackout drunk as they were blackout drunk when they first got put there. That drunk memory stuff, they were actually, though, going back there blacked out again, which is not covered because it's a comedy movie. But what I'm getting at is, blacking out and being drugged aside, extreme traumas, your mind has this magical and automatic ability to wipe clean. You don't remember any of it. And typically, most of these traumas aren't strong enough to where it's like, you don't remember anything. It's more like you vaguely remember just enough, but it's also like you don't remember it, okay? But at the same time, sometimes something will happen and it will trigger pieces of said, let's say, like, this is going into MK Ultra a lot, because MK Ultra deals an awful lot, like Manchurian Candidate type stuff deals an awful lot with this. It's kind of like called fractured or splintered memories and stuff like that. So it's like your brain will do its best to put back together memories that have been fractured. However, what I was mainly getting at is, every human being, usually most humans in general, cannot remember anything specifically from their birth. Most people are making it up when they say they do, but there are some extreme cases or some rare occurrences, and just some in general, just people, I guess, that do actually, and I do believe them, because I'll believe a person unless I can read them and tell that they're full of shit. And usually my intuition powers, if it's connected to a pineal gland and a third eye, I'm still out there on that. But whatever it is, I trust more than ever. And maybe that's a psychosis that I need to be aware of and careful of.
But unless I'm acting on it, and when I say acting, I mean like extremely acting, not simply just reacting acting or not reacting acting, etc. But what I'm getting at mainly is that most people don't remember their birth because it's so traumatic. And all I'm saying is like from birth, traumas begin. So from that point forward, life is a series of events. And there's a strong chance that things will occur. Okay, now I really did kind of lose my train, and that's kind of I need to rope it back around like I promised because we're getting there. We're almost at the 2 hour marker now. So, um, what I'm getting at is, once you hit the stage where you're not going to be owned by your traumas and stuff, but then there's that perspective also of, and the reason I'll discuss narcissism and narcissists in general and just a lot is because a majority I feel of like comedies sicknesses and where they lie and a lot of this really is it's such a like multi tiered over like there's so much but it all ends up being so simple. That's how it usually is, right? So comedians, a lot of them suffer from different extremes, but most of them suffer from forms of narcissism, typically rooted in trauma, typically traumas that are as simple as just not being the cool kid in school. But the victim mentality, I'm not talking about that. Like people sometimes project onto you, and other times people have a legit commentary. But the ones that can't actually open a discussion with you are the ones that are most likely either projecting or just simply saying things, right? But ultimately, a majority of people cannot maintain the conversation required because when I say something, it's a statement, all right? When I say something, it's an actual legitimate statement. Most times when I say something like, I feel this way, it's not like anything other than a statement of, in this moment, this is how I feel. And when you're working on personal stuff, what I was getting at is it requires you to actually really break things down, like, and really consider things like when I like have another person or even when I'm watching on a YouTube or whatever, how much of this is really me and how much of this is quite legitimately a product, like what comes because of leading up to that point, right? So when I was talking about traumas and then how they affect your personality, what you become, it's kind of like any movie that had a alleyway chase scene, never, I used to actually, matter of fact, enjoy them. But then when I got jumped in the alley, it was such a traumatizing experience that like I literally get triggered, is the common term, but I literally have anguish or anxieties or whatever based on, so like a lot of times in that case, depending on the situation, a lot of stuff can be behaviorally fixed, which is through minimal exposure to the thing that you are now afraid of. But like other times, there's just so much to this. So I'm going to simplify it. So if you get into this mindset where you're wanting to be successful in comedy, you're wanting to be like, you see our generation now, the people that, like I said, so Bob Saget's still alive, right? Jerry Seinfeld, still alive, right? Larry David's still alive, right? Like, the comics that I'm talking about that have been around for several, not just graduate, but just we're talking about 30 plus years, and not been around 30 plus years as in like walking through life. I'm talking about in the industry. I'm not talking about those people, okay? I'm talking about from a perspective of people like me, current, okay, who have years. Realistically, like if I actually broke it down and I did this like a month ago or something like that, when I was really trying to break some stuff down and really trying to analyze like what was my deal, like because people will ask, and then like at some point you start realizing like you're in LA now, you should have legitimate answers, whether they're one line or whether they're no answer, but that's what you're doing because it's like you haven't earned to hear what I got to say, kind of. However, so I guess what I'm getting at is like realistically, all together in comedy, as I have almost 13 years experience. But when you really, 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 really break it down and you go like a real true dedicated comic is finding mics, but like let's be fair about this. So we're not going to include places like LA, New York, where you can literally do like upwards of 3 to 6 mics. Like in LA, if you are in LA, like, and you're not doing a minimum of like, I'd say at least one mic every night. But like in all reality, I'm just saying like, let's be fair about this. So let's say you live in a place where you don't get access to a lot. So that means most of your comedy has to be done through other means, whether that's taking a local theater class to just learn how to be a theatric person so that when you're finally in environments where you can perform, you're like, hey, I'm going to use this knowledge now. Or whether that means you've read every single back to front, every single blah, 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 blah. You know, like you've got to be gathering knowledge or whatever, right? But what I'm saying is, in general, on a week-to-week basis, if you're not going to, at a bare minimum, 5 mics a week, 5 different mics a week, whether that's at the same venue, preferably you want to spread it out as much as possible so you got more comics available, more audience, more different environments, more just everything. But even if it's the same place 5 nights a week, a minimum of 5 minutes each time. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 total minutes minimum. And that on top of that, you're not just going onto the stage like a confused toddler. All right? Like everyone who comes to like perform stand-up or blah, 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 it's like so many different types. But in all reality, the only people that ever get very far are the ones that very quickly realize like, I'm not a natural, right? So a natural is a type of person that has a natural chemistry, a natural charisma, a natural demeanor, or a natural blessing, or a natural curse. Like, let's just be frank here. Like, you can succeed pretty quickly on a low level as a comic if you're crippled, like, simply on the principle of sympathy alone. And you're not going to hear it from me, but you're going to hear it from me right now. And in general, if you're a black person in a local comedy environment that's majority white, you're going to succeed a little bit quicker than a majority of the white people around you and females and just in general because of, again, and in this case less so, but still the same fucking thing, sympathy. You're going to get a lot of false laughs from white guilt. Just saying it. It's just the cruel reality and just the ultimate reality. And then now, this is where I'm going to start roping it back to what I'm getting at. So the key right now for me in understanding what's going on and why I feel the way I do has begun to finally take form. And I'm starting to be able to like compartmentalize, break down, and move out certain things. So one, for example, is anytime I see myself thinking things like, I know this is where I want, where I should, where I could, any type of thought pattern like here. And I'm afraid because I'm not here yet. I'm, let's down, right? And I'm like, if 5 years ago I had da 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 da, or 10 years ago I had da 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 da, then I would da 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 da, and then I would have da 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 da, and then I wouldn't have been da 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 da, I'd be da 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 da. You see? You have to eliminate all those concepts. So I've been taking that all away, because when you are thinking in the past, you're living in being in general, when you're putting any type of your mind into these concepts or these things, unless you're writing a story, unless there's a purpose about it, you are quite legitimately creating more sicknesses to deal with, more, because first off, you should never be really comparing, in the case of people like me that have very high esteem for where they're gonna be, very high like goals and markers, like have years and years of, they've been working on different categories of things to get to a certain point, to the point where now they're kind of starting to break apart, and I'm breaking down, and like I'm falling apart in every way mentally, because like it started October 2nd legitimately of this year, when the new cast got brought up, and I saw the three people, and I was going like, all right, it's like, I don't want to talk badly or nothing, and I'm not going to talk badly by any means, but like, they'd be the first person, if they're being honest, to acknowledge the truth about what's going on. So when I met Punky Johnson, she was bordering on laughing at me wanting to even achieve being on SNL, because Punky Johnson was like most people and didn't respect SNL. Just like, yeah, I enjoyed this and this bit, and I really like I think if I'm really remembering correctly, when I was discussing with her, she's the bartender and whatever, and I'm just chatting, just killing time, but like, it's what it is. And I think I vaguely remember us discussing about one of the lesbian past cast members, and just in general. This is when Punky wasn't even really doing stand-up. That's the thing. She blew up so fast. What she told me, and I'll never forget too, was like, I've taken one Second City, that's it. So I was like, all right, cool, whatever, like, but cut to, right, a year and a half later, and Punky is literally on the fucking show. You understand what I'm saying here? So my plans are beyond SNL, but to get where I wake up in the morning, and I look to the rope, and I think, about that. But every night when I go to bed, I think nothing but, it would be nice to wake up tomorrow and get a phone call that they're currently aware of my existence and interested in pursuing me, preparing to be ready to perform, in order for them to then offer an audition to be a part of Saturday Night Live, right? And that is literally like word for word how it would be. As I'm going to sleep, nothing but love, nothing but positivity, no matter how I actually am, like actually feeling. I will fight against it to the point of it feels good. Not feeling bad feels good. I'm saying I go to bed content to some extreme, with the exception of like my insomnia is insanity and my mind is fire. So oftentimes there's an enforced fire inferno, and everything's not going to stop. So I'm having to like just simply breathe and focus on breathing and everything. But I'm making sure when there's any times of clarity in between, nonstop, just that I'm making a point to feel better and not dwell, and to like eliminate all. So I always remind myself, it's like, when you wake up tomorrow, your anxiety can come back. Like when you're going to sleep, You don't know where you go when you go to bed. You don't know what goes down. We really don't understand an awful lot. Unless you want to take it to the very basic level. If you just take it to the basic, then that means there's no spirituality at all. And it just means that literally when you go to sleep, your brain finally gets a chance to wire in all the information and you decide, like, and you've decided, and just how your mind works decides as it goes. It can keep deciding what it wants to anchor and keep and remember forever, and what it wants to da 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 da. And then sometimes because something's so da 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 da, or because you ate something or da 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 or whatever, that you get dreams. And dreams are really just your mind just kind of categorizing, but also like you're just, it's just right. Otherwise, it's like maybe we all leave consciousness in our body temporarily and die, and then wake up the next day with breath, or I don't know, but like where we go when we dream, you know, that kind of whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. What matters is what I'm getting at. So I go to sleep with these positive concepts, these just thoughts, but I will wake up almost every morning for months now, just miserable, completely miserable, right? And that's what I was saying before. It's like, I don't complain, I make statements, all right? I don't believe in things like such and such and such got such and such and such. If I had such and such and such, then I'd be such and such and such. It's too much like hyperbolic nonsensory or whatever. Like, it's too much what if environment. It's too much like you're gonna get like just, you are going on presumptions already, 100% presumptions, because first and foremost you're going such and such got such and such, therefore they achieved such and such, and or were given such and such. If that were me, I would da 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 da, right? You see what I'm saying? That's already fucking, it's just a waste, because let's say that at the same time they got this, you got it. You don't fucking know shit from your fucking food. Like, you just, there's no way to really, and this is coming from a person who's lived their entire life up until right now, in this moment when I'm talking into this microphone, believing this way, that I actually could see alternate realities. I actually could believe, like, and if I ever dove too far into these concepts, I would maybe, like, masticize, I think is a term, when you like actually start amassing and it becomes more and more real, the actual belief of like a superpower that I can, and like just like, whereas I'm living in this spectrum of saying like, no, what's going on right now is like this mindset I just mentioned is the reason that when October 3rd come around and the 3 new cast members, and like every week when I watch SNL and I'm like, it's good, and some of it's like, man, but it's like ultimately it's like, I know how I would have punched that one up. I know how I would have fixed that one. I know why that one is so much pandering, it's not even funny. I like this and this is like, I want to see where my shit would go. I want to see what my shit can offer, but more so, I just know that I'm not satisfied waking up every day without SNL literally being my fucking, because I want to know how it all ends, like the entire everything, the end of the story. I mean it, like far into the future, the end. I want to know, and everything in between I would discover as I go. But I know for a fact that I'm not gonna just like get to SNL and that's it. But I also have no idea, because the only reality I know is what I'm talking about right now. Why I'm broke down, right? Why I'm dealing with this, because I have a book filled with sketches for Lorne's eyes only, because I know if I was already there, I know like everything I've heard and everything I've read talks about these comics never being prepared. Like, oh, I understand, da, 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 you know how difficult, da, 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 it's so competitive, da, 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 people are stealing ideas, da, 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 all this stuff. I'm going like, ain't nobody like me. Ain't a single motherfucker like me. And I am so much like the fucking people before me, it's not even fucking funny. And I'm better than a lot of the people that have been coming through. And I know it. It's not like someone's been telling me this shit, because there hasn't been anyone. It's not like Mike Tyson, who had this fucking clandestine type shit where he had this motherfucker telling him the things he needed. Instead, I'm here ruddy-duddy by myself, just having to be understanding this stuff. And up until now, I've been able to supplement myself with little bits here and there. And like, especially at first, it was pretty amazing when someone would come up to me, and they would literally come up to me and they would say things like, "You've got it. I know you've got it." This is like stuff that would happen even 10 years ago. This is stuff that happened when I was not taking comedy. Like, I was doing stand up at this point. I'll get on, do my 3 minutes usually. But like, when I get off, these people would, I feel like, but they were actually seeing. They could tell. Like, a lot of times people aren't even paying attention to me on stage. That's why for years, I didn't take it serious at all, because it was hard to take it serious when you knew there was no improvement other than I ought to go home at night and watch it. But every time I watch my film, most times there are very few criticisms I have, because I know stuff that I say is truly funny. If it's not the words, it's how I say it. If it's not how I say it, it's the way that I said it, and the patterns and the cadences and the accents and everything. But anyways, I recognize that there's a chance that I'm not prepared for certain things that have to come in front of me now and in the future leading up to that point. But where you're at now is what you got to consider. So when you're not anchored by your past traumas and you're working to overcome them, and you now have like pretty much at this point isolated, okay, these are the traumas, okay, and you really, so like, when you're in the now, in the moment, or to some extent, but it's also dangerous because it can create anxieties and it can create false narratives that you then set yourself up so that even if like, say you are like manifesting, but like not manifesting, but like manifesting. So you'll be like, you grew up watching tapes of Jim Carrey on HBO special live from the store and stuff, right? But you never been to California ever. So then when you get to California and stuff, and so you start realizing like how difficult it is to even get stage time or whatever. And like Mixie Shore's dead now, so it's like even more different. Like, right? So, but you always saw yourself on that stage or whatever, and then like you knew like I did to be on this stage, and this will happen, this will happen, this. But then you get to be on the stage, and then you realize like, oh wait, no, okay, wait, all right. And then you have to like negotiate, be like, okay, well then this is how it really, that type of thing. So you can, if you separate all of that, all right. So once you realize your traumas and you see like, okay, and you don't forget, you don't ignore, you achieve a balance. So you go like, all right, I'm pretty sure at this point the reason that I am this way at these day is because of this. I will never be 100%. Nobody will. Like, nobody's ever going to be able to be like, all right. You're always going to be able to get it down to like a close enough amount to where you're just going to have to trust me. And when I say you're just going to trust me, it's like you're just going to have to trust yourself. All right? Because you're never going to have 100%. There's no way. It's impossible. Like, let's say you were molested when you're 5. And now you have homosexual tendencies, but you've never been only attracted to men. All right? And then the person that molested you was a male, let's say in this case too, right? Okay. At some point, you're going to have to come to terms. You might be in some like, all right, wait a second here. I've never been attracted to males at all. This is simply a product of my childhood trauma. And it created hypersexuality in me and also these thoughts and confusions. But then the only way to really override all that was that you went out and you started having a bunch of sex. And then at some point, you really started clicking. And you're like, wait, no, I'm really not into dudes at all. And then you can like be like, all right, wait, well then why was I ever thinking like that way, like in general? Like, was it, how much was this, and then you can like break it down, and then so you come to terms. You're like, okay, I'm pretty sure I'm almost 100% that the reason I even had all these things happen was because of that. So then that's when it's like what I'm saying. You can accept it and move on. That's it. Like you literally can't then suddenly change all those sexual experiences that you didn't have to have, and you can't like you definitely can't go back and stop that from happening. And at the same point, you have to start determining a certain amount of self love for the sense of like so much to understanding you really, truly, and this is how it's always meant to be and how it always should be and how it always is supposed to be. But this is, again, what it all is kind of all wrapped around to is you love who you are now. You love who you are becoming, but not enough to be stuck in the future. Like, I can't wait till I'm here. I'm going to really love myself then. I cannot wait. I'm going to love myself when I'm here. Like when I have all this money or when I have all this fame or when I have this access or when I have this or this, then I'm going to be the person that I've always wanted to love and admire, right? You have to be comfortable in the moment and be like, look, like when I really break myself down a lot, oftentimes the only thing that I have to come to terms with, like the only thing that it really is truly a testament of my entire life is with this autism in my mind, the way my mind was broken from birth. And then people would say like, "Oh, just nothing's broken. It's you're designed this way." Blah blah. Point is, at this point, the amount of things that I've witnessed, the amount of things I've been a part of, the amount of things that I just in general, the average person would have probably been dead. And a majority of the autistics I've met up to this point, there ain't ever been one that was nearly the way that I am. But I also am the first to say to people, I do strongly believe that I have a certain level of social savantism, like quite legitimately to where like my savantism in my autism spectrum is devised around a centralized obsession for specifically communicating, and more specifically communicating so that I am understood, but therefore it's on a deeper level because of it's rooted all entirely in constantly and to this point, to this now, to even right now, feeling almost always misunderstood, misrepresented, not heard. So that's kind of like a little insider into what I am. So now I've taken probably 17 to 20 minutes longer than I needed to rub this back around, as I promised approximately 27 to 30 minutes ago. So I'm going to actually rub it back around now. So here's what I was getting at. I listen to these comics like, let's just say, Big J. Ogerson, Tim Dillon, Shane Gillis, whatever. Like the comics that made their rise in the early 2000s, right? That were in there, like I said, like 99 at the earliest, already 20 years old. So that type of generation, there's nobody under 35 that I'm talking about, okay? So when I listen to them talking about the comics that they came up with and talking about the rivalries that they have and or still have, but then ultimately the other layer, listening about what inspired them to perform comedy, and then at the same time the names that they say of the people, right? And more specifically comics, not so much like, oh, my pastor Jim growing up was the funniest guy, but he was always just so whatever, and that's, you know, that kind of thing. I'm talking about when it comes to the inner community and the inspirations attached, right? Because a lot of times, not to derail too far, but a lot of times when you're starting something, just like with bands, how you'll cover musicians you love, obviously people need to recognize, like, to some extent, every comic starting out that actually has the dedication or courage to come back multiple nights a week, blah, 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 et cetera, and so forth, to some extent earlier on is going to be, whether intentional or accidental, replicating either current or past comedians. That it's just what it is. And it's just part of the process. It's just a question of whether you're doing it on purpose, or it's a thing like you were doing it until you realized you were doing it, whether someone called you out on it or you yourself realized it, to which extent then you made a conscious decision to no longer do said thing because you realized that I'm not going to find myself by performing as someone else. Okay? So, what I'm getting at is, you're going to hear a comic talk about Bill Hicks, but then if you listen closely to how they talk about it, because of the generation, so these are people that were, like I said, 20 and 99 at the earliest, right? And the oldest type of thing. So 20 years before that is 80, 70, right? So like 1975. But even then, we're really talking about people that were born in the early 80s, okay? This is when people like Bill Hicks were barely but also breaking up and coming up on. So what we're saying here is, okay, the difference is this. So you have the comics before talking about Bill Hicks, and I don't know. There's a long list of these comedians that you'll see what I think you probably follow by now what I'm getting at. These ones, current, right? Like your Tim Dillon type or whatever. They're talking about Bill Hicks from a perspective. Most of the comics never met people like Sam Kinison at all. It would have been impossible, because when Sam Kinison, before Kinison was dead, but when he was yaying out and on his way, having a good time, about to say goodbye, but no idea why, they was like, to some extent, the younger you go, right, with the modern generations, if you're popping off at 24 right now, that's, you know, like a Trevor Wallace type motherfucker. I'm just saying that you was maybe even just a thought in your mother's fucking stuff. Like, you might not even been born yet. You follow? But in reality, if I were to keep it close to heart, centralized to me, if it was on a tape cassette, that's dating myself a bit, isn't it? Or not. You can see however you want, right? Maybe I had that really eccentric grandfather that was in their 20s. I mean, the point is, you had the cassette tapes, then you had the visual, what I was seeing on the television, sometimes live, sometimes pre-recorded. All right? That's how I never got the privilege to see Bill Hicks performing live in person. You following? So, when you got the people like Jeselnik and fucking Hinchcliffe and Dylan and them, they're here, but then you got people like Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, they're like here, and then you got people like Bob Saget and Jerry Seinfeld, Lorne Michaels. Like if we really want to break this down, Lorne Michaels in his 30s, right before SNL started. That's the shit I'm talking about. So when you're competing against and or seeing live and not fully comprehending because you're also attempting to figure out this crazy thing that is comedy, you're just attempting to find your way around everything, etc., and so on and so forth, and some things are still the same as ever, is what I'm getting at. But the way that you talk about, and the way they talk about, you have the ones here now that I was saying, like the Dylans and stuff, talking about it in an idolatry, admiration, like, oh, I've always just really just grasped, be that person, versus the ones underneath that, which are above. So it's really like, if you're following what I'm saying, right? Like a hierarchy of sort, because you're people like Brewer. But if you start comparing Jim Brewer to fucking Tim Dillon, it's not even a fair. It's like what Mike Tyson be like. He's like, no, man, like I'm doing my own thing now. We're doing this thing, veteran thing, blah blah blah. But I am not gonna be saying nothing, and I don't want to say nothing, and I don't want to hear you say nothing about comparing me with the modern heavyweights, because that's not, it's their time right now. They's the champion of the world. They're the heavyweights of now. That's them. I was me, mate, then, and then this is me now, but not me then, trying to, don't compare. It's not fair. Same thing with what I'm talking about in the comedy. There's a huge difference between the comics currently that are left amongst us that didn't simply come up in the time period. They came up around when Hicks was a working comics comic. And you gotta imagine that he was like really telling people stuff too. He was a real one. So what I was mainly roping everything around, all these different levels of what I've been talking about, is at this point I'm starting to understand that there are certain things that have never changed and never will change, period. And the main thing is what I'm getting at. This is rope it all around completely. It's actually understanding something. Most people cannot ever be an actual stand-up comic, period. And they eventually discover that. Right? Eventually, they discover that. But until then, they'll still be there. Okay? Then you have comics who are the other ones. When you start realizing that you are a person who has something to say, not just like something that you're like, all right, I don't feel heard. Like I get on stage every day and just tell people like, molestation isn't funny. Why are you laughing? It's not funny. I got raped. It's not funny. Stop laughing. Right? But if you get on stage, I thought you go like, you know, I sometimes I realize like, I feel like if I pissed myself, I'd have gotten raped even harder. Because my luck is so shitty that I'm realizing that I would have been that person that pissed themselves so they didn't get raped and got the one rapist whose fetish was piss. So anyway, I got an appointment with the proctologist later this week to deal with my gaping asshole. You see what I just did there, though? That actually is truly funny. Like I'm laughing on the inside. That was super dark and also legitimately not true, right? But that's kind of different. But I guess what I'm getting at is like a lot of people in this in the what they call a micer scene. If you even waste your time, just so at some point, for me, I'm not sure, but I think, should I go back into comedy again? Because I have not performed stand-up and like, here's what's going on. Like this week, here's what's going to happen. I need to purchase a ticket for either today or tomorrow, but in general, I need to make sure that I'm in Arizona State tomorrow at Fort Big Brewery before 6 p.m. And I'm going to be meeting John Holmberg for, this would be like, I don't know how many times, but like on the real, this is going to be like the second time since he's really known me as JD from Seattle or whatever, but like in general. And when I meet Holmberg, I have I have literal plans that I'm working with. But it's like I said, if you think too far in the future and you really do your things, and then it's dangerous. But then a lot of the anxieties I've been dealing with, I've been having to like kind of displace and be like, all right, what's the deal with a lot of this? Because like there's parts of procrastination, there's parts of like anxiety, there's parts of like all these different factors. But ultimately, what's going to happen is I'm going to be going to Arizona and I'm going to tell, like, I have initial in general plan, but I don't know what's going to go down. But I do figure if the opportunity occurs, I know how I'm going to strike, and that's I'm going to tell John my best one-liner. Period. And gauge the laughter, and I'm almost like pretty much. It's very very rare. I don't know that I think maybe I've met at most two people who truly, and I don't mean like intentionally like holding back a laugh. I mean like truly either didn't understand or did not like or appreciate my most famous one-liner. But I'm not going off that. I'm going off of in general. I think it might be Casey. So anyway, yeah, it was Casey, just joking around. It's whatever. Technical difficulties, if you will. So, anyways, would I go to John like and have him laughing? But also, I was there get the pint glass, and I have the pink paint pen to have him autograph it, and then I'm gonna keep that glass, and that glass is gonna become a part of my personal storyline with attached to the T-shirt that I have that was signed by Rakim, and I'm not gonna bother like. No, I didn't. Casey's stupid as fuck sometimes. That's all right, Casey. I know you're listening now, and if you're not, whatever. But in general, no, I am my fucking guy. I am doing this because your phone died, and so when your phone dies, I'm either gonna end it entirely or I'm gonna keep going. See, here's Casey. He's coming back now, so it's like, oh, good thing you got all the shit talking out the way right as Casey came on. Like, I'm just kidding around, but Casey's back now, so maybe I'll keep this thing going. But I'm at what? So I was finished what I was saying. I bring you on, Casey, but I was finished what I was talking about real quick. So I was saying is, what do you do? You're doing you're figuring out what you're doing with stand up. So my plan is if John laughs enough, then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pitch him on the idea. I'm gonna say, hey, look, I would have come up and competed for that 5-minute slot on that show. And I'm going to see if I can actually work it. Because on Friday, I'm going to be going to this show, and I have seats in the orchestra section, and John Lovett is the headliner. So if John Lovett is the headliner, and I can get on that show, then I can literally get on that show. And if I slay it with my 5 minutes in between or whenever with John on there and all that, and then the other two comics who get, I think he said 15, 30, or maybe he said 30, 45. I'm pretty sure he said 15, 30, and then he said Lovitz gets 45 or can go as long as Lovitz wants. But the point is, if I'm on that show, because somehow magically on Wednesday I got and convinced Holmberg to put me on, to give me that like unexpected privilege, then I would get the privilege to be able to actually talk to John Lovitz one-on-one without it being like after the show meet and greet like I did with Stanhope, for example. But that is what I'm working on right now. Because I'm not doing stand-up anymore. But if I go back to stand-up, that would be why. Casey just cut out. I'd say, like, I don't know, but I was just finishing what I was saying. Yeah. Casey just left right as I was finished what I was saying. So I just texted him. I was like, hey, dude, just come back. Well, we'll see if he comes back. But I feel like he was like, it's like if he doesn't get in there immediately, he was like, fucking blah, blah, blah. But with him, you never know. Like, his phone could have died. So I just texted him. I'm like, dude, just come back. Like, I just wanted to finish what I was saying because I was in the middle of saying something. If I had brought Casey on immediately, it would have become back to what we was talking about way before he got disconnected. But I was saying, finishing about with John Holmberg, what I'm up to, because basically in the next 24 hours, I'm going to be in Arizona, give or take. And then the show is on Friday. So then everything else is going to be whatever. But if I go back to stand up, what I'm getting at is like, I don't want, and I'm not going to even be dealing anymore with anything. I'm just going to be going to the mics, and I'm even going to start not, like, I'm just going to go and I'm going to perform. And then if they are like, hey, we need money, I'll be like, hey, I guess I wasn't good enough or whatever, but I'm not gonna give you that money because I don't have it. And even if I had it, I would have spent it on food at the venue or drinks at the venue. He sent audio.
What the fuck was that? You weren't even talking to anybody. You're gonna be a great host. I'm serious. Once we get an audience.
Casey's ridiculous. I don't know what. Are you coming back? Come on. I told him coming back. Are you coming back? Otherwise, I'm clocking out because I'm almost the 3-hour mark. Right? There's no way I should be talking for I've been talking for an hour and 40 minutes by myself. Not that the topical matter's not great and everything, but I'm literally talking about stuff, and then I've officially finished everything I was saying pretty much now. Like, my main point was this. The comics now that are popularized especially, and for the most part, can sell out arena level. No, dude, this is what I'm saying. I'm talking shit about Casey right now, and if Casey, if you wanna, you go back and you watch all of it, then you can hear the shit talking I'm saying right now. You was just there, and then when I finished what I was saying, Casey, you fucking left, almost as if you were like waiting for me to finish my statement. You knew, like, now you're back. See, that's what I'm saying. There we go. Welcome back.
Yay! Yay!
Yeah. What is it? N-word.
I didn't want to interrupt your monologue. You're having a monologue.
What is it? N-word. N-word. What do you always say? N-word.
Nigger.
N-word back.
Oh, I thought you said N-word.
No, I was N-word. N-word.
I thought you said N-word.
N-word. N-word. I was doing my best not to do an impression of you.
It sounds like N-word.
Yeah. A lot of
I thought you were trying to get me to say nigger. I didn't know. I thought you were actually prompting me to say.
But now you're saying it enough to where I can't publish this. Like, don't be dropping the N-bomb unnecessarily unless you realize, like, it's never gonna.
I thought you were like.
I've been talking for an hour and 40 minutes without you waiting for you to come back because you had to charge your phone, which makes sense. It makes perfect sense. But I was like, I'm just gonna continue talking about what I've been talking about, which is all like
filling up airtime. You're filling up the airtime.
Well, I mean, it's also
now normally I'll let you know before you fire me because you're the boss. But normally, if we have a time prepared before we're going on, I'll have all my things charged up and everything. Just letting you know, sir, that I would not. But I was just hanging out in my house, and I didn't know when we were doing it. I've been running around all day, and my phone was down, and I forgot to plug in the battery. So anyway, I'm real sorry about that.
I wouldn't be too sorry. I can't remember though what we were talking about right before.
See the thing right here, this charger. This charger with the blinking light.
It's baller. I got like 6 different battery packs.
But the only problem is when it's down to nothing, when I plug it in, it takes a while for it to charge up before I can charge. And then what I do is I'll plug it in and I'll go, I'll get it to like 5% juice. And then I talk and I go, okay, it's going out again. But so I have to wait And then my charger that I put that I just set the phone on, the cordless one, that one I usually leave overnight because I did it for like however long I was gone, and it's on 40%. So that one I just usually set it overnight, and then in the morning it's at 100. That one's not very fast.
Well, I mean,
And
that's
somewhere around here I have a lightning one, but I don't know where it is. It's like fucking in my bedroom or something.
you're like you were like saying like it's like I forgot exactly what we're talking about right before it happened, but I remember like you were like I'm at 1%, and then
Yeah, it was
it
like at
actually
5, and it goes fast on this app.
well, what's
This thing.
interesting is so it actually froze even though your phone died. Your
Uh,
face was paused on it until I
uh,
removed it from the see like here I'll show you real quick. I'm going to remove you but I'll bring you right back, but I'm going to show you. So I can remove people. So it was frozen and I go like, "Okay, let's see this." So I removed from stream. Your picture was still here like it is right now. So you were still logged in even though your phone died. So it's interesting, right? So then I brought you
oh,
back up, and when I brought you back up, it
oh,
was a black blank screen.
oh,
So
because that's my
so
phone died.
then what happened? This is what's interesting is then I removed you again, and it actually fully removed you. So that means there's some type of interesting layering with this, where like even though your phone dies, you're still like logged into the program or something, and it doesn't even know or something. It's weird. You know what I'm saying? Like it just froze on your face. So that means like I don't know. It's just interesting to me how like it's weird. It's technology, but like however it works, it's weird sometimes. Like why when your phone died didn't it just log you out? Instead it like froze. So it's like, huh. How much of this stuff is like that? Like, you know, our phones are always on supposedly unless they're off, and even when they're off, apparently if you really buy into it, they're still on. You know what I'm talking about? Like super paranoid people will be like, you just can't, you know, if you got the phone, it doesn't matter if it's off or on. They can always hear you. You're muted. You muted yourself.
Not paranoid enough is what I say. They're probably watching 24 hours a day, always watching, and they got little charts and graphs.
I mean, in all reality, if we're a part of like a matrix system, then yeah, it's totally practical.
Well, what's the worst that can happen? I guess a gulag, go into some kind of gulag.
I
You
mean,
know?
a severe glitch. Like,
I'm just wondering what they're gonna do with the information. They're gonna take something I said. I'm the N-word guy, and then they put me in the camp, the re-education camp. They get the
oh, sensitivity training, like in South Park. But no,
I've
I'm
said all
thinking
kinds of I've said all kinds of stuff on another little show we were doing on Facebook because I
no a
get
glitch. Like I'm talking
yeah.
about a glitch. Like
Oh, I'm talking about
if
24 hours
everything in your site
24
turns
hours surveillance. I thought that's what we were talking about.
well
24 hours surveillance
we're
and
we were talking nonsense. We were saying like, oh, if like they're watching everything. But what I was saying is,
no, I'm saying not
if we
paranoid
were
enough.
living in a
More.
simulation, right? You know what I'm
Oh
talking
no,
about?
I
Like
thought we were being watched 24 hours a day is what I was saying.
right.
Yeah.
So like
Yeah.
if like a lot of people like this theory lately, but it's like they talk like we're in a video game, so they'll use the term like, "Oh, level up, well, to level up, blah blah blah." Like life's a video game, and we're in a simulation, right? So it's that Matrix type principle. So all I
Right.
was saying is like, if that was the case, then like the Stan or whatever his name is, like Agent Smith, that's the people that are watching, but they're not really watching. He's a program, right? So what I was saying is the machines themselves technically could be monitoring everything inside the fucking program. You dig? Like what I'm saying? Like if we are all simulations, you know, like if we're all really just like inside of a giant simulation.
I mean, you're not a simulation.
Well, what I was saying is like if that was the case, they were monitoring everything by default
Yeah,
because
yeah.
that's the
But we're
program.
not a simulation though because we like eat Cheerios and shit. It's not nobody would make a simulation that boring. Like
Dude, I
toast in the
mean,
morning. Like we shit still. Like why would that be necessary to what, you know, like a rough shit, like a
I
shit that
mean
doesn't come out right.
the
Is that fun? Is that a fun video game?
the
Let's watch
it's not
Emily, what's her name? Hagen. Let's watch her shit. You know, like
it's
is
not
that not
look,
you
it's
know?
not like that though. See, the actual
Mm.
theory is that it's it's simulated program so that you don't. So basically, you're like actually inside of a fucking bubble or whatever that's feeding off of your life energy. So when you shit in real life, it's inside this placenta thing you're inside of, and like
Well, they're doing that
you're
with
like
the
attached
virtual
to a
reality
fucking
headset.
umbilical cord feeding tube, basically. So like basically, it doesn't matter if it's Cheerios or filet mignon; it's all fake. But you don't know
No,
that because the program is like biometrically like so basically like in all reality you don't even know what butter tastes like. You're in a program that told you and institutionalized into you from the beginning this is what butter tastes like, period. So then when the shit starts glitching out, it's like you're eating butter but it tastes like peanuts and you're like what, or it tastes like
yeah,
dirt
but
and you're
that's
like what the
not
fuck.
that's
the
not
glit
that's not
the
hap-
matrix is broken.
that's not happening though. So that's actually
Exactly. I mean, like in all reality, it's just a fun joke to say, like, what the fuck's going on? Why is Kanye even in the consideration for vice president? Oh yeah, the system's broke.
well, reality is actually the simulation. We're
I'm
moving.
just saying, like, if you get broken, it's like this. Like, there are people that are colorblind, but there's nobody that I can think of that's literally sees the world in black and white. But if for some reason you woke up the next, like, if you woke up, you go to sleep tonight, you wake up tomorrow, and literally the world is in black and white, you might start being like, all right, what the fuck? Am I broken or is this broken?
Well, you know the Pfizer executive, the guy who runs it, Albert Bourla is his name. You can watch videos of him on YouTube speaking for Pfizer. He has a weird accent. I don't know where he's from. Albert Bourla. He was doing
Probably
a speech.
Germany,
No,
Switzerland,
no, he's brown skin. I'm not sure where he's from. Brown skin guy. Bourla. I want to think he's from Brazil or something.
Central America. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But when he was on an interview there was recently, there was one where it was like his eyeball moved really weird, and everyone commented on all these people. It was like his eyeball. All of a sudden, it was like it was weird stuff with his face. Like it'd be like if my face, like there's computer glitches, right?
Right.
There
Right.
is
Yeah. Yeah.
there is
Like
pixelation.
that's what really happened versus what people want to think happened.
No. I mean, it's very possible that he's an android version of a person. You can put up a simulation of a guy's face. There's
Yeah.
animation, and you can just make him say whatever. You could actually, like, Biden could die. I'm not kidding. This is actually real.
Well,
It's not a.
what you're talking about now. It's actually it's another one of the things people play off when they talk about the simulation. But you're talking about deep fake.
I'm not. I'm talking about what I'm talking about is like if you and I are standing together in Volunteer Park and we're having a cigarette and we're talking and you offer me some peanuts and then you say, "Hey, do you want a beer?" That's not a simulation. That we're standing in front of each other. That's real life. But anything on this video could be someone could pull all kinds of tricks on you.
Yeah,
You
what
can
I'm
you can.
talking about.
I'm saying Vice
Deep
President
fake.
Biden, President Biden, yeah, deep fake.
Yeah.
President Biden could die, and they could continue to put him on the screen.
Right.
I've never seen Joe Biden in real life ever. Of course, none of us
No,
have.
I'm with you 100. But as long
So
as you
that
understood, you get what I'm saying now. Yeah, that's what that deep fake. That's why people are like so super like, oh god, like
so you
like
could see all kinds of simulations of reality as far as these videos we watch.
people
You know,
have fun with it. Like there's literally the apps like you can put your own face and it puts your face over Tom Cruise. So now it looks like you were in the movie fucking Steel Magnolias, but it's
yeah,
not you. It was Tom. It's always been Tom Cruise. But for now, at least
yeah.
in that one video, and if nobody knew and they're totally ignorant to Steel, they would think, oh shit, you were in that. What movie is that?
Yeah. So some people enjoy it. Like you said, you thrive off the chaos. You like it, but sometimes it is a viable option to not look at screens anymore and just live a boring life without screens. And then your mind starts to. If you ever feel like you're going insane, a good way to not go insane is to not look at any screens for like a month and a half or two.
I thrive
Like
off of natural chaos case.
like I had Facebook off for a month, and then I liked loading it back up, and then because I wanted to send this movie to a guy in Austin, I don't know his phone number, so I loaded it up, and then already I'm messing around on Facebook, and then so if you stay off it a month, and then you're like, oh, you realize there's this aspect where it's really fun, I can write a joke, I send it off. and then my 14 fans all like my joke, and that makes me feel good. And I like to use it because it's an easy way. You can just sit right here in your balcony and try out a joke, and then also the drawbacks are all the other fucking stuff you're being assaulted with, all that kind of nonsense. It's continual nonsense and struggle and fighting and shit and all that shit, which is fun. It's fun. I get why people like it.
What I'm saying is, when I talk about me thriving off chaos, I thrive off of natural chaos.
Natural chaos? What's that, like?
Yeah.
Organic? Like not the pesticide
Not
kind? Like,
so okay. When I say natural
Organic.
chaos, what I'm talking about is, so the example you just mentioned about Facebook, like the positives and negatives, theoretically, is what you just
Yeah.
mentioned. You're talking about self-induction. So you choose to get on Facebook because it's a toy in this example.
Yeah, it's fun.
So when you pop on, you're choosing to enter that narrative or that world or whatever, right? So then you're doing that by choice. It's not, it's natural in the sense that, like, it's you naturally do it, but in all reality, that design, Facebook itself, is completely unnatural. Like, I'm gonna say, like, this might be a big extreme, but not really. A majority of Facebook consists of people putting things out there that they wouldn't really most likely say, like, in to your face for the most part, unless they had like all 50 of the motherfuckers who jump online behind them in the right direct narrative. Like, if it's one-on-one in real life, like you were saying about passing peanuts in the park, they would behave to you completely different, because most of these people, especially that I'm talking about, in real life, are backhanded, scheming, conniving, think they're smarter than they really are types. So they would never say something when they're having to confront you face to face.
Sure, that's the truth.
They would say it like on the side. You'd see them talking to two other comics while you're here and going like, I know what they're fucking doing. They're doing that Facebook bullshit in real life right now. But when it comes to you go into the Facebook world, somehow now there's like, in most extremes, let's go to the Twitterverse, there's like 1,000 people echo chambering the fuck out of what you got to say and empowering it. So this type of chaos is unnatural. Natural chaos to me is like, oh, these people say one thing, right? But then when fucking out of nowhere, let's say it's Los Angeles, to keep it basic, there's an earthquake.
Okay.
The thing that I thrive off of and that I love is watching and observing the reactions around me when real shit, like when real fucking shit occurs.
Oh, sure, yeah. Oh,
So,
being down in a riot when
and shit goes off, when shit's popping off, and it's like,
go off.
like,
or when you're at a rock concert or a comedy concert, or there's like a fucking mosh pit or that. I get what you're saying.
So when it's organic, natural, like,
like one time when I was a kid, I won a boxing tickets to boxing on a radio. They had a question and I called in and they were like, you win, you're gonna see. And I saw a guy who fought Mike Tyson, Tony Tucker, one of his original guys he knocked out, but a professional boxer, like a big time professional. And then it was an undercard of like 7 or 8 other fights. And then we were like in the second row. And it's the only time I really saw boxing. Like, you see boxing when you watch it, it's awesome and everything, like on TV or like a pay-per-view when you watch with a bunch of friends, it's still awesome and everything. But when you're at it, you see like sweat coming off the dude and shit. Like the punch, you hit it and it fucking, you feel like a regular body punch for when like a professional boxer punches a guy in the ribs. On TV, you think nothing of it. You're like, wow, why doesn't he fucking get up? And then you're like, because it's a fucking like obliterating, bone crushing hit and then when you're there, you fucking see it and shit.
Yeah, like just sort
I
of.
get why people want to go see boxing. It's like fucking, like real and shit.
Like just short of putting on VR goggles and having the little handle controllers, but like also being able to actually truly believe you're there. When you watch a live event at home, there's always a part of you that remembers and just kind of can't help but know, like,
that's good. You
I'm in my living room, or I'm at a bar, or like I'm somewhere other than the actual event. But what I was getting at is like, HD definition television really did like you really do like get damn good. Like it does almost like, and the bigger the TV, the more I mean this. Like
Yeah.
for the most part, the view is insane. It's like, wow, I'm at this fucking game. These people look less digital than they ever have in the past. Like when I was
My
on the fucking
feeling,
tube TV in the 90s,
I kind
and
of
then the
don't.
HD
Yeah.
fucking TV now. You know what I'm saying? Like the huge
Yeah.
drastic difference. But
Yeah.
ultimately,
It's a
you're
screen.
never gonna really get that smell of the fucking like literal
Yeah.
pheromones coming off a motherfucker boxing, or you're never really gonna get that fresh
Yeah.
cut grass smell when you're
Yeah.
sitting near the sideline, or you're never
Yeah.
gonna like one thing you'll never get like really, and they don't cover this much at the baseball games especially, but you're never gonna get the mascot fucking with you or your grandpa, or like I remember the Orioles game where my grandpa had his Orioles hat, and the Oriole bird came. I forget his nickname, but you know the bird. You know, the
Yeah.
mascot for the Orioles came
Yeah.
and literally took Grandpa's hat, and Grandpa got like mad. He's like, "Oh, what the fuck? Give me the fucking hat back, you little fucking fuck you fucking bird. You know, fuck you, you fucking bird, fuck you." But like, I'm laughing my
Yeah.
ass off.
Yeah.
I'm having a good time because I'm a kid, like looking at laughing because the mascot is supposed to fuck a little bit, you know, mess around, have fun.
Yeah. And all
That's-
the people in the stands, and you're interacting, and the smell of the food and shit. That
Like you can replicate the food even to some extent. You can make some shitty grade nachos, or like you can make like a average hot dog with a stale bun. Like you can make certain but you can't
Sure.
really.
you can make food as good as the ballpark.
Like you could hire some schmuck to shout peanuts and throw things at you, but unless you're really there and it's like he's up on the top throwing it down, you know, there's certain live effects. So I'm with you, yeah. But
Well,
I
my
mean,
problem with it is that it's just light beaming at you, and eventually it just wears your eyes out, and and gets in your brain if you watch it too much. You know, I mean, there's probably harmful effects about it that we don't know about. So. But most of my life is spent on a screen, to be honest. So I watch more baseball on TV than I go to games. So it is what it is. It's just the way the world's going. Plus, that's an interesting concept because the more they fracture society, as far
like
as,
you can't be there if you're not vax, kind of bullshit.
well, even before that, that's actually before that, because if you get to the point that to go to a Mariners game, it's about $100. So if you get it so that it's, you know, like I have some money, but it's still like $100 is like that's only for rich people, really.
Well,
It's
and you have to justify it.
Yeah,
How
there's
much do you love live baseball even at a shitty game?
the games are always nice and good and everything, but relatively speaking, you can't just go to every game. Like when you were a kid, you would just go and it would be like $8, you know. And
Well, you definitely can't go when it was $8. I do remember the $7 nosebleeds in Mariners Stadium. But
Yeah,
they got rid of those years ago. But like,
but I remember them though. At least.
Nowadays, those same tickets are like $35 fucking dollars. So yeah,
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're not. It's so. In other words,
it's not like the
that.
quality of the team has increased much neither, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's what I was gonna say is like with Mariners especially, a majority. I don't know. I can't really speak on behalf of like the last 2 years, but before then, most people went to see the other team. They weren't going to see the Mariners at all, right? They just went because they wanted to see them.
Yeah, they're pretty
Like,
good. They were good this year. They almost made the playoffs. They kind of.
Oh, I know. Yeah. No, that's why I said I can't really speak on behalf of the current situation.
They were good. They were just not quite good enough. They had a chance. They're like a game or two away.
I was actually saying something similar to that. What I was explaining.
But yeah, they
earlier,
used to stink pretty much for a long time.
Like what I was talking about before you came back, because I can't remember exactly what we were talking about before your phone died, but I know what I was talking about.
We're talking about comedy, man, in depth.
Well,
we're in depth on comedy.
Yeah. So like I was
talking
explaining
about Bill Burr and Mike Tyson and what makes comedy, what makes shitty open mic comedians and whatever.
Oh yeah. So like okay. So when you listen to the comics, like let's say Tim Dillon bracket, right?
Tim Dillon. Yeah.
I'm gonna say.
Did you know he was gay?
He's a good comic. I mean, yeah, it's out there, but I mean, he doesn't
Isn't
show
he
it
gay?
like some do. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, he's not.
Those are always interesting gays to me. The ones who are like, yo,
like the
dude,
term
what's happening?
flamboyant and the name Tim Dillon do not really mingle. Like he's not a flamboyant person.
No, I wouldn't have known he was gay.
Right, and that's fine. That's just personal life too. It's not like he's lording it about. But what I'm getting at is
Mighty fucks in the
people like
butt.
Shane Gillis, Tim Dillon, right?
Yeah.
That category, okay? Those comics, when they talk about Bill Hicks, it's like talking about like watching Bill Hicks growing up.
Oh,
You know
they
what I'm
do.
saying? On television, or right? If you were born after 2000, then a lot of the stuff that you watched of older comedy was probably on YouTube, most likely. You know what I mean? Like that kind
Oh,
of
sure.
thing.
Yeah.
But then when you listen to someone like Jim Brewer, and you realize like Jim Brewer's not that much older than Tim Dillon and them, he's like maybe 15 years. Like you get what I'm saying? A little bit of gap between these two types of comics, both
Sure.
in
Like
similar
Brewer's my age.
echelon of success when it comes to comedy. But what I'm
Yeah.
getting at is I'm starting to pay attention to there's the comics that actually were coming up at the same time, if not a little bit behind Bill Hicks.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, you feel me?
Yeah. It's like
Versus
the
the
difference
comics
between
that grew
being.
up watching them.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, like on YouTube. Oh,
Right.
watching them.
And like the caliber of equality and also like live observation of a comic. You following me now? So like
Sure.
when you listen to these older comics that are still alive, like Bob Saget when he was talking about knowing Kinnison when Kinnison was getting kicked out of this one club, and then did this whole thing, and it's
Yeah.
like that's a guy that actually knew Kinnison the person and saw Kinnison the performer, right?
Sure,
So a
yeah.
lot of these comics now have opinions and justify
Yeah.
a lot of their stuff they do, and also explain like the reason I became who I am now is from watching though, right? Or maybe reading, you know, because like for example, when's Jesus bringing the pork chops or whatever, like it's a
Huh?
good book. When's Jesus bringing the pork chops or whatever? It's like it's one of the books that Carlin wrote that I've read.
Oh, okay.
But usually when you read like one of Carlin's books, a lot of it was actually like, oh, this is pretty much his material just written out. It's like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool. But like if you get what I'm saying, right? It's one thing if you watch the comic like you watch the recordings, or even let's say watch them
Well,
live
you
on
know
TV.
the baseball player like Carl Yastrzemski from the Red Sox. Oh, he's like a
No.
great Red Sox player.
So I don't know
But
shit about sports.
oh well, Carl Yastrzemski's in the Hall of Fame. He's one of the great Red Sox players. But I just watched this documentary about the 1967 Red Sox, and he slams these big home runs in clutch situations, and he's like this revered player. And back in the day, nobody hardly hit home runs. It was all pitching. It was like nobody scored. So it was way awesome. It was more like soccer. So a fucking home run is like a giant fucking deal. Like a guy who can hit 40 home runs is like a beast. And now they have a thing where like everybody hits, the ball flies, everyone hits, you know, it's like exciting and everything. It's like, but it's more like a video game. But then so I watched this thing, and so I realized that I'm old and I saw Yastrzemski play, right? But I saw Yastrzemski play, and I realized I'm watching the 43-year-old Carl Yastrzemski. So that's what I saw. So I was like, oh, the people who are 61 are the people who saw Carl Yastrzemski play. It'd be like if you went to a fucking George Carl. I'm trying to say like someone who's alive, like
Mike Tyson, one of his like exhibition fights now versus seeing Mike Tyson back in the 90s when he was fucking
and then the other factor with a comic is that so if you're around when Kinnison is performing, you know how big a deal he is, like how big a star he is,
and the energy too, and like everything about him.
No, but you can see the energy if you watch a video now. Like if you're a 10-year-old and you watch it on YouTube, you can see the energy, blah, blah, blah. But you can't
behind the scenes energy, to be more specific. What I was
you can't feel the significance of the rock star quality of like when I watched a Bill Hicks special on HBO when I was 18, like, and he was live doing a special on HBO, and then I was like, oh, this guy's like super cool, you know. And so now you're like watching it, and you can see all the talent, but you can't feel the cultural significance of like, you know, like Eddie Murphy, like when you're around when Eddie Murphy special when it comes out, so you know, like people talking about it before it comes out, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
So now, but people now are like, well, they can do that with Dave Chappelle and all that. So that's same, you know, it's the same, but it's same but different.
But see, now you're getting at to the thick of what I was getting at.
Yeah, so, that's what I was trying to talk about.
So these comics, yeah. So you get it now. So basically, these comics, right? They the ones that are in their 40s now and 50s, they actually were
better, yeah.
Just starting out. So they were considered in the micro echelon still. Like they were just on their startups. Like people like Joe Rogan when he was first starting up
after he was done with his fighting, and he's like, I'm doing this comedy now, and he was getting a few venues and shit, right? These guys actually had privileges, even more so, to be peer to peer. Like, even though, like, let's say, even like you know what I'm saying? Like, even though
That's why you like those
Bill
stories.
Hicks
That's why.
and stuff,
Yeah.
he was
That's why you want to hear
literally
Bill. Yeah.
a comics comic, but also at the same time, when he was a comics comic, you have to understand, like, or at least you don't, but like, this is the way my mind works, is I'm thinking, like, when he was alive and a comics comic, okay, the comics that were coming up, or like now the ones that are successes, even that hadn't made that break just yet, even some of them made the break after his death, you know, those comics in that list. That's where I'm going, okay. Because you're trying to find, like, what happened to comedy. Because comedy obviously is not as destroyed as I think. I think the popular narrative has this weird warped, which controls a bit of the fucking narrative, right? When in all reality, if you look at, like, Dave Chappelle's an easy example of current times where a comic is still successfully pulling off that legitimate what you have to be. And the same thing to some extent, like Bill Burr, while he's not as controversial, he does cover some controversial subjects. Same thing with, like, even Louis C.K. when he's performing now, he's doing a lot more, like, material on what happened to him and, like, how it happened and all that stuff. But he's performing again. But, like, if you get what I'm saying,
I just saw him.
So these comics, what is
I can't
forming the
remember if we
narrative?
talked-
Like,
Yeah,
when
I
we
can't
say
remember if
things like, we don't have a comic anymore like Bill Hicks. We don't have a comic anymore like George Carlin, right? And I was trying to figure shit out like that. Like, if you think about it, the current comics that are in the light, and then you try and figure out, okay, well, what is lacking, or what is the few things that they never had that the comics below them that are in the similar echelon, but you can, like if I was
Below them, you mean like current, like
yeah, like if you was to put me up against the wall and be like, you got to choose, I would rather see hours and hours and hours of Jim Brewer over Tim Dillon. And that's not because I don't enjoy or care about what Tim Dillon has to say, but it's because of the type of comedian. So there's a certain amount of forging, I think, in the dredges.
foraging,
like honing that steel that becomes your cutthroat comedy.
Oh, sure, yeah.
There's a certain amount of that is peer to peer, and I'm definitely observing that in LA. Especially, everyone talks in LA. You're gonna get a reputation you didn't even know you had a reputation.
Well, Tim Dillon
because
is
you
like
showed up at the right night in the wrong time.
Tim Dillon is kind of riding whatever fame wave or whatever he's got going. I don't know what he's doing. I don't really know enough about him.
He just performed a show in LA and it was sold out and it was like a theater house. So, like, I'm not discrediting Tim Dillon by any means.
No.
I'm
just saying
one of his interviews.
I'm just describing the difference, because what happened with Brewer was on SNL, and then always when people are on SNL, they want to then transition into movies. Right.
Well,
if you transition, you know, it looked like he was going to be. It looked basically, if you really look at it, it looked like Brewer, when I watched him on Saturday Night Live, was going to be exactly what Adam Sandler is.
No, what?
There's no reason to think that he wasn't going to be exactly Adam Sandler when Adam Sandler became a giant movie star.
You know, if you listen to his interviews, Brewer explains very specifically.
Yeah, but the idea is that what happened was he went back to stand-up and did stand-up because that's just his best thing he's best at. In other words, he had to grunt.
No, in other words, what happened was, and he says this very specifically, he was doing stand-up successfully, having a good time doing stand-up successfully, got asked by the people, hey, we want you to come on SNL. And very specifically told them, I'm doing this. And
but he was good at the skits too. He was good at the acting too.
No, listen, when he's doing stand-up, he's just doing his stand-up is, yes, characters. Like, he does the same stuff he does now, but he was doing it probably a little, still figuring it out back then. But what I'm saying is, he will explain this in interviews. This is what happened. Literally, the Groundlings crew, I'm going to call them, but Will Ferrell, I want to say Cheryl Terry maybe, and a guest star probably.
What
And
about
then
him?
he was already buddy and already actually like close friends with Tracy Morgan at this point. Like, and he'll tell stories about when he was coming up in Harlem and shit, and
Yeah, I've heard a
Tracy
lot of
Morgan
his
was his
stories.
buddy and shit. So what I'm saying is, before he picked SNL, the only reason he went and even was like, all right, I'm gonna actually consider this now, is because they came out to his stand-up show. They literally
Sure.
came out, current cast members, like, and writers at the time, some of them were still just writers, came and told him, like, hey, not only did we have a great time watching you perform as always, but we really like you. Like, don't you like
Yeah.
us? Isn't it like, aren't we cool? Like, aren't we, you know? And he says that they won him over. Like, he was like, actually, they were pretty cool, and it was actually kind of fun riffing with them and stuff. That he then went to SNL. And it was only once he got on SNL as a writer and then also performer within that small time period that he discovered, oh wait, all the other shit the reason he didn't want to be a part of it, it was still a part of it. It never left it. The highly competitive nature that Lauren has designed and may never eliminate from the program that is the weekly SNL forum. Brewer, within the first 4 years, fell apart. And his wife, and then this is when he loves to talk about how much his wife was like, you told me always, if you ever start becoming this, and you're literally like, you come home at night as a shithead, and you just want to get stoned so you can stop feeling like a shithead, and you're fucking, like, you're hating yourself, you're hating everything, why are you still on SNL type of shit? And then that's where all the stories come in when he talks about, like, why he was so upset when he was there, is because
I've
of
heard
things like
that a
Chris
lot.
Kattan would steal his fucking material. Like, he's like, I couldn't believe the fucking type of people that were here. And
Sure, yeah.
then he comes back now, and, like, I think it was on a Stern interview or something, when he literally says, I believe if I was on SNL now, I would succeed beyond succeeding, to the point of, like, what you were saying about where do you go from SNL. But what ended up actually happening is he got a few movies, yeah, but, like, Brewer actually took, like, almost a full-on break to raise his family.
Yeah. But I mean, like, as far as his talent and performances on there, like without knowing any of the background, basically, if I look at it as an outsider, to me, I go, okay, so here's an example. Norm Macdonald on there. Norm was like, I don't care about skits. I'm not really interested. He criticizes this. He doesn't like to act. He always says, I don't like to act. And then he did a little acting, but obviously he was a stand up and he ends up being a great stand up. And actually, well, a lot of people remember him from that because they don't care about stand up. But people who know stand up go, oh, he's on the Mount Rushmore of the top 10 greatest stand ups ever to live and everything. I mean, he was a great stand-up before. Then he went back to being a great stand-up. That's what he liked to do. And then the SNL is the thing people will know, but he just did that. He just did stand-up on SNL on the thing most of the time on the what do you call the news thing?
Yeah.
He told jokes. He just told jokes. He's just a joke guy. But to me,
Well, and
Brewer, when
he
I look
was
at Brewer,
a
Brewer
writer.
could have been. Does Sandler still do fucking stand-up? I guess he
Yeah,
kind of does.
Sandler and them, the whole crew just did a whole tour when Farley died. It was like a big deal. Like, 'cause Sandler even made a song, and like when Sandler went back to SNL to perform as a host, he sang that song at the end.
No, I mean, like
It's a
now, does
Chris
Sandler
Farley
still?
tribute.
Chris Farley died
Are
a
you
long time
asking
ago.
me? Yeah. Well, just because Farley died doesn't mean that the fucking song in homage to him that Sandler
No,
wrote
no,
to
I'm
finish
talking
out
about
his
like.
fucking current tour didn't exist, and it didn't at that
No,
time.
I'm just saying, does Sandler still do stand up, or did
And
Sandler?
I'm answering, like, it was like maybe 2 or 3 years ago now. Maybe that's how time be
Well,
flowing.
the
But
point is, Sandler's mostly known as.
Sandler, Spade, Schneider, they all went on tour together for a fucking filthy ass year and
Oh,
recorded it. And you
oh,
can
okay.
watch that
Recently.
fucking stand up. It was recorded, like, shows on shows on shows, and they took
No,
the
I was just
best from
asking.
all
I
of
didn't
them
say
and
he
made
didn't.
it
I'm
into a
saying he's
thing.
mostly known as a movie star. He's made millions and millions as a movie star.
I mean, at this point, unless you grew up in that era of SNL, most people would not know. Like, I swear, like, unless you're watching the best of videos for Chris Farley, like, the best of for Adam Sandler is mostly his Weekend Update bits.
Yeah, that's true. I know he's super talented. He can do everything. But my feeling was that Brewer could also have done everything. It's just like one of those things that happens.
I'm
They can do
saying
it
that
all.
there might be a best of Adam Sandler
I'm
tape,
saying
possibly.
if you like Jim Brewer's comedy more than Tim Dillon's, it's because Jim Brewer's been through this fucking entire journey,
No,
and now he's
well, what I'm
and,
saying is
and now
that
he's doing
if you
stand up.
break it down when it comes to SNL specifically, I
Yeah.
don't think it's possible, even if you wanted to, because it would literally mostly just be like just nonstop. But you couldn't do a best of Norm Macdonald SNL because it would mostly just be him on the update desk, right?
No,
Like
he's
if
still
you did
got
a
other shit.
best of Colin Jost, it'd be impossible because he's been in like maybe 3 sketches in over 10 years. If you did a
Yeah,
best of John Mulaney was never an actual cast member, but he's been a host. You
yeah.
following?
Well,
So
he's a
I don't
stand up.
even think you can do a best of Adam Sandler, right? You can do a best of Will Ferrell. You can do a couple best of Will Ferrells. You can do a best
Oh,
of Chris Farley. I've seen that. That's one of the ones I used to watch. And it would be like best of Chris Farley, but if you really break it down, it's best of Chris Farley featuring Adam Sandler and David Spade. You follow? Because the
yeah.
best stuff that Adam was in was technically a Chris Farley sketch, right?
Kind of, yeah, but they're both in it together.
You
They play off.
understand though what I'm saying, that when they want to make it into a packet and sell it. So when you're talking about people being famous specifically for SNL, I don't think Brewer or Adam Sandler would really classify overall because that you can't even make a best of for them,
I guess
right?
I don't know. I don't know if
Like
I buy
when
it. But
to me personally, when it comes to being ultimately famous because of SNL, it requires you had to have more, like you had through your career on SNL, you would have had to have so many fire sketches that they can make a half hour collection. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like you can do a best of Dan
I
Aykroyd. You can do
probably
a
can
best of
find a
Bill Murray.
best.
You
I
can do a
can
best
probably.
of Gilda Radner. You can do a
Yeah,
best
yeah, I
of.
know, but I probably can go find right now a best of Adam Sandler, but we'll have to try it out.
That's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure if there is a best of Adam Sandler, but I don't know if there is because I'm pretty sure the best of Chris Farley has most of the best of Adam Sandler. So it'd be like repackaging if you get what I'm saying. But
Kind of.
anyway,
I kind of get it, but not really.
to bring it back to what you were saying though, is when the reason I'm saying I'd rather watch Jim Brewer is I'm talking about the echelon of comedian, what they came up through, who they
Oh,
came
I
up
see.
with, but more importantly, right? Like if I like right now, I'm gonna hit the stand up scene hardcore. I'm gonna get a job at the comedy store. You're gonna see me rising up to the top. All right. So start at ground one. I got that job. I've got a spot. I get to play once a week minimum in the belly room. Okay, cool. Like I'm working my way. But when you break it down, who are the comedians coming through that I have to actually like peer to peer, but also competitively be looking at as this is my narrative? It's people like Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, even Jeremy Piven technically because he plays there. But like Eric, what's his name? Eric, not Eric Andre, but the other one, the other black dude, the one from Workaholics. Leandre, is it Eric Leandre or something? You know what I'm talking about though? He's like a heavyset black gentleman with the fucking glasses. I think it is Eric. But anyway, if you get what I'm saying, the comics that Burr was competing with,
Yeah,
right? By
Patrice
comparison
O'Neill.
to now, the comics that I'm competing with are Burr. Do you see where I'm breaking it down now?
You don't
So
see anybody from you don't see anybody from your own age group.
I'm saying, yeah, when you look at like starting with let's say 2001 till now, a majority of the comedians in the competitive cycle of the progressive of like who's made it versus, oh yeah, that comic had that one show. Oh yeah, that comic had a couple of this and this.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
And I'm not saying that it's an oversaturation issue. I'm saying it's more of like a caliber of like that era versus now and what you're looking at, what you're competing with. And then you really break it down to like, okay, if you removed all of the media completely, and you went back to like what it was in the 1600s, where it's literally like, yeah,
The
you might read it.
1600s?
You might read it in the fucking news. No, the 1960s, let's say. Or whatever. You
Okay.
know what I mean? Like the
Yeah.
the Bruce eras or whatever, like vaudeville era, like even further back. But if you get what I'm saying, your hot takes would be coming from an editorial from the local news, like the newsboy.
You know what the way that you can recreate that is just get out on the road.
I'm not a road comic.
You should be a road comic because why not? That's the way to do it. I think of Jim Brewer. I want to go like, where does Jim Brewer perform?
I'll tell you the three. I could give you three off the top of my head. Number one, I'd be doing it by myself. That's bullshit. Not going to do it. Number two, the amount of effort it requires to actually get venues to put me on would require me then
I know.
create a comedy reel in its own, which would require me then doing a bunch of shit that I should be doing in general, but I'm not doing. Like literally going through all
I know. But I'm just talking about
hours and hours and hours to like find enough to be like, yo, look, this is who I am. Like, put me on your show, blah blah blah. And then number three, and most important of all, is fucking the most critical factor. I'm in my mid-30s. I am not comfortable sleeping in a fucking car multiple nights out of. I don't know how Darren Chase, at his age, can still do the grind as hard as he is. Darren Chase is a fucking road comic.
Oh yeah, Darren Chase. I met him at
we were both there that one night at Jai Tai, at least.
Oh, I was at Laughs and waiting in line to go up there before I didn't like Laughs. And me and him were there. We're just cracking each other up. It was like he was like, I think it was one of those things where I'm on an adrenaline high where I'm like super funny. I'm like funnier than anyone. Like there's these things where I'm like hanging out and I'll be with a comic and they'll be like annoyed that you're being funny. And then you'll just get so funny and you're just being so fun that they're like, holy shit. And and then with him, that was what was happening. He was like, who the fuck is this guy? This guy's fucking amazing. We were just getting along good, you know?
Last comic standing shit.
Yeah. And it was like, I was like, I know who you are. And then I followed him, but I haven't really seen him much since then. But yeah, that's what he does. There's guys who do that. They're like,
I think that was the same week that I met him because he played at Jai Tai because he was in town still, and you and I were at Jai Tai.
You know who the king of that is, as far as my mind, is the king of that genre of comic. If you're just putting him in that genre,
we're talking about road comics.
Yeah, Doug Stanhope, the guys who just organically go from town to town, and it looks like they're just doing a small gig, but they're like actually large. Like when we saw him at the Neptune, that's a lot of people will go, oh, that's not small potatoes. He's not doing arenas or he's not doing this and that, but they're going from town to town, filling up the place because they got a fan base. Todd Barry does the same thing. Todd Barry's the thing. He
it don't matter where you're playing; it's the audience.
Yeah, but I mean, they're on these. They're not like Stanhope's the king, so like more people know him.
Well, but here's an easy example, right? I got those tickets to that show just because, and it was mostly projected around. I had a theory, and I was right about it for the most part up until now. It might be my last chance ever to see a live comedy show. And then you were an awesome friend, but also it was awesome that you were also actually truly a fan of his. Like I've never been, and I still am not like a huge Stanhope fan. Like I've never heard his whole podcast, let alone a single episode. So like that's me. But I enjoyed the show hella. But I was a fresh audience member for that entire show. I didn't even know about Dog. I didn't know about shit.
Oh, I didn't know that you were
that girl that sat next to us. Remember that girl with the drunk ass boyfriend that they weren't together no more, but they had the tickets before they broke up. So she was like, I had to come because I'm a Stanhope fan. She was a bigger fan than I was.
But would you say that on par on most levels, when Brewer does a show, it's kind of like that level, Stanhope? Like that road comic, fill a medium sized arena, go from town to town, perform at like Sioux City, Iowa. You know, just he's not like fucking giant banners, but he's just fucking grinding out, doing the job.
If you're popping it on a full full scale, like you're gonna make it as broad and open and like just like free like that kind of shit, then yes, I'm gonna say you can throw Stanhope and Brewer and shit because then when you go to that what you're talking about, then Joe's included, and then Ari's included, and then fucking all these different comics are included. But you gotta understand, when I'm talking about a road comic type shit, I'm not talking about those motherfuckers. I'm talking about people like what's his name? Stephen Briggs. I'm talking about people like Darren Chase. I'm talking about people like, if he ever did it, God bless
Sleeping
his
in a
heart,
car.
but he probably
Sleeping in a
won't. But
car.
like Kenny Lyon, if he ever actually takes the effort. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
talking about fucking people that for the most part still they can find places to perform at, but they
Yeah.
can't always find a place that's also willing to pay for their hotel.
Yeah.
They're not micers anymore. Like, they can perform for sure. But
Yeah.
they're still like, they're barely really like any more or less than
Well,
on the same scale.
if you
of,
said you
like,
couldn't do it, I wasn't trying to suggest that that's what you should do. I was saying, if you want to just get really good at doing stand up. See, that's how Norm Macdonald got really good at doing stand
the
up.
only reason you say that though, Casey, is because you're in fucking Seattle.
Oh,
You
possibly.
understand what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Possibly, yeah. Oh,
Okay.
you mean like,
Not even saying the state of Washington, your general proximity. If you want to include the entire state of Washington, then we can branch it out, but that would be a requirement that you're literally traveling to places as far as Spokane and Enumclaw to perform
oh,
once a week.
oh, I wouldn't be going to just Washington. I'd be going to like Nevada.
No, I'm not talking about road comic status. I'm saying the only reason that you're talking from this perspective, and this is coming from my perspective, having been in LA for going on my second year now of like literally living in this proximity and only realizing like maybe 7 months at most, like going backward, realizing, like truly realizing there was literally every day of this week, at least a minimum of 3 or if not 4 different mics that I could perform at a minimum of 3 to 5 minutes each. With not like, sure, I might see the same comics, specifically ones working as hard as I was, at maybe 1 or 2 of those, but it's rare that I would see the same comic at every single one of them, if you follow what I'm saying. I'm saying the amount of different types of local mics, even if they are just at some random ass fucking restaurant or literally in a fucking park. The point is, all these different types of mics, if you
oh
will.
yeah, I see what you're saying.
So like, it's one thing if I live in fucking Kansas and I only have access to the one fucking mic.
Oh
And
yeah,
even then, it's like maybe twice a week. And of those twice a week, one of them's actually a show that I have to be actually on, right? It's another
Yeah.
thing if I'm in, like, say, Phoenix or Vegas or even Seattle, I'll add into this atmosphere where, yeah, there's a couple mics and there's definitely places to put shows on. All right. But when you're like LA or New York, they're
Yeah.
motherfucking oversaturated to some extent with shitty, but it's like,
yeah,
it's still you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So,
That's like the feel of going on the road. That's the feel. That's the feel you want. Different people. That's all I really want. I don't want to see
that's
the
what I'm
same.
saying. So yeah, when you say what you're saying, you understand now what I'm saying. Like, if you were in California, you probably wouldn't need the road as much as you'd be like, all right, me and my
Yeah.
fucking car are gonna hit the bricks 3 times a day, and I'm gonna do this shit, and then.
Yeah.
But my main point is pretty simple, like this: that endurance and trade skills and dedication and writing ability, like, that's the main thing we were talking about. Also, before you got cut off, I'm remembering now, was we were talking
Yeah.
about. I was saying, like, the only people that really legitimately, like, actually benefit from writing their jokes are one-liners, because they're the only people that it's like, oh, that's really funny one-liner. I'll write that one down so I don't forget it.
Yeah.
And then they're the only ones, like Rodney Dangerfield's entire routine pretty much consisted of improv one-liner, improv one-liner, improv one-liner, improv one-liner. Right?
He didn't even do a whole lot of improv.
Well, when I say improv one-liner, it's not what you're thinking. I don't think.
I know what you mean. A little bit of personality in between the one-liners, just being making not just the jokes, but
what I'm talking about is very specific. I'm talking about this. you have 5 or 6 or let's say 15 one-liners, okay? You have 5 minutes, you have 15 one-liners, or like whatever you've got. You've got one-liners, right?
Yeah.
But here's the thing: 1 or 5 of my one-liners are specifically narrative of like the ones like where Rodney would be like, "She called me and told me to come over. Said nobody was home. I showed up. Huh? Nobody was home."
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Relationship. Then you got the ones where it's like, "Hey, he said, I like your wife, you know," and I was like, "Hey, you can keep her, huh?" And then you got the ones where it's like, "Man, I was a kid. I wasn't just last in baseball. I was this, da da da." Right? And
I
then you
don't
got
see
the
the
ones that are
improv. I
like,
don't see the improv part.
I'm getting there. I'm saying you have all these different types of one-liners which relate to different types of people, different types of situations.
Yeah, it
Like,
combines into a story. I get it.
so when I say one-liner improv, what I'm saying is in the distinct moment, people like Rodney Dangerfield or one-liners specifically, I believe the improv is where it's like, which one do I tell next? You can never, there's no formulaic, like, I never got the privilege to see Rodney live on the level that what I've been getting at. Like, there's a huge caliber missing from our generation's comics where they didn't get to witness these. You only got to see professional quality cuts. That's what I'm getting at.
No, I've seen it.
These
I have
people,
one. I have
these-
one on. I have one in my car. That was like a Rodney live performance. It's pretty.
but
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, uncut live.
even then, what I'm getting at, the access of a person who got to literally come up at the same time, even if they were still just a barely even a micer,
Oh,
but they
sure,
was
yeah.
performing. The caliber of getting to witness these people live.
Yeah, but it wasn't but you're saying that, but it was not an. It was not a like Johnny Carson Tonight Show cut YouTube video. There is access to. I know what you're saying. You didn't like see him live and everything, but
You can, I mean, realistically, you can find just about anything, yes.
yeah, you can find.
But in all reality, even then, you really can't. Because, dude, this generation, everybody got a fucking cell phone. That time period, ain't nobody even heard of a cell phone. It didn't even exist. You had the payphone in the store, or you had the fucking whatever. If you wanted to record, yeah, you had maybe a tape recording device. So then you could record someone's fucking live set behind their back, in their back, asked to do so. Right? And yeah, it's true to some extent. I'm sure even the store itself would be like, yeah, we film every set and then we review the tapes. And if you want to review your tapes, you can come through and we think you should because we got something you can improve on. But most people in the 80s and the 70s didn't have access to like even the big ass fucking VHS, pop the tape in, record. Right? And so what I'm getting at is so much of that had to be organic back then. And so many people now are coming up watching only what did make it through. So most of the times you're watching you never got to see how much they failed. And you still, like you said, you can, yeah, maybe find one or two, but you really can't get access to really, like, one of the reasons, and Rogan will say this, all these comics will say this for the most part, but one of the reasons that even now the Comedy Store is special is that you can go and watch Bill Burr or Whitney Cummings get on stage and tell a new, like if you were to just go to a micer, how a micer would be like, okay, I got this funny thing, but it's only this amount of funny and mostly just jib-jab trauma. I'm going to keep working it, though. That's what you see from the people that then you see on, like, Tonight Show and stuff like that, or like, you know, Comedy Special, whatever.
Yeah.
But you see them starting their basic rough parts at the store, if that makes any sense what I'm getting at.
Yeah, man, I'm fucking.
So you can
open
still
mic.
get access to even people like Bill Burr and see them working on material. You will never get that privilege to go and like literally see Hicks and meet Hicks and like hang out with Hicks and be like, oh, so this is really what a fucking lord or a god of our time period in comedy, right?
I was thinking you wanted to recreate that raw feeling. That's what I thought you were talking about.
I'm mostly getting it at like,
if you wanted to,
so
what
much
you do is
we can expect.
if you wanted to do that, you could just turn off all the TVs and then go to a bowling alley in Idaho and then go to another bowling alley in Wyoming and then you'd have the process. You'd have that process. It'd be right there. You'd be like, it's just a long drive. I'm driving to some fucking place, and then I just perform there.
No, you can get that shit. I can get that shit in California. So I'm saying I could literally like do multiple mics where I have to go to Long Beach and then fucking go to downtown
Sounds
LA
cool,
and then go
man.
to fucking another. Yeah,
You know,
if I
it's
had a car, I might be able to do that more often. But in all reality, no, it's all shit. That's why I don't do stand up currently because
oh
I'm done with the dredge. But now I'm like,
I didn't know you were done doing it.
yeah, I'm going to Arizona to do this thing if I can get
I thought you
through
were
with
telling me
it.
how great it was down there and everything. And everything was all good for performing.
What? No, I mean, dude. Especially for a person like you, yeah, it's fucking wonderful, Casey.
It doesn't sound that good. You know what's funny right now? We have a
Dude,
whole lot.
Casey, you and I are not like we have similar thoughts and we agree on a lot. And the things we don't agree on are so nonsensical that we eventually either agree about it or enjoy the disagreement. But by all means, Casey, if you and me are to compare each other to like how it is down here, it's not even close to comparable. You could come down here today, tomorrow, whatever, and start succeeding within your first month. If at the very least, all you did, like I'm not going to give you a bunch of advice, the only thing you did was hear me out, and I'm like, okay, these are the mics you should hit up to work out your kinks, and then go straight to Tuesday at fucking 3 p.m. at the fucking Hollywood Improv, and I guarantee you're going to be a person that people are going to start hating immediately because you're going to sell them immediately because that's how I really...
Can I get in the Hollywood Improv without injecting myself with the shot?
I don't know about them apples, but what I do know is if you came to LA, I would suggest these are the mics that you should come to get the general idea of the vibe.
Am I allowed to go to the Hollywood
Improv?
Am I allowed to go to the Hollywood Improv without showing papers?
I just told you I don't know about them apples. I don't fucks with those clubs for a reason. I'm not you, Casey. That's what I'm trying to explain to you right now. That there is a difference between us, not just the fact that you have a car.
Yeah, I have a car.
There's an actual literal performance differentiation.
Oh,
you can go on a stage. I know this. I've known this. That's why I'm saying you would when you came down here. What I say, how shitty it is and whatever, you need to understand. For me, because I'm already a different type of comic than you are for the most part.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to discredit your attractiveness.
You should be a fucking Joe Rogan, man. You should be that's what you should be doing.
Joe Rogan and me are
not Joe Rogan himself, but you're born for radio, dude. You're born to be like radio, man.
I mean, I didn't say I'm born to be a lot of things. Yeah,
I know, but I mean, like, as far as within the comedy skill set or whatever, it seems like you should be having like a big radio show where you have all these. I went to
school for journalism because I'm naturally curious and definitely like cursed to be like. I can't stop being curious. Therefore, I have a background training technically, but also in general because I'm actually I'm not doing this for clout.
I like how you said they'd start. I like how
you
said they'd start hating me right away. That's funny to me.
I guarantee you, garner haters. You know why though?
I know. You think I haven't experienced that here? I know what that's like.
But do you know why I'm saying that down here? It's a little different, but what I'm saying, why
probably meaner, right? Even meaner than Seattle.
No, here's what I'm saying. There are people in LA that have been here for let's keep it youthful, but 5 years now. Okay.
Yeah, and it ain't done shit.
5 years now.
Yeah.
Well, no, they've done a lot of shit, enough to build resentments and a personal belief system of how it is, and a lot of that is built around other people that have been here for 15 years and haven't not even gotten a single fucking commercial yet. Those couple motherfuckers are all over the place here, okay?
Yeah, it sounds toxic.
You show up and you're here your first fucking month, but you I'm like, look, you hit a couple of these mics to get general vibe of like the people and see what the LA vibe, like you'll get what I'm saying, what you do it. And then I go, and then that following week, we'll go here and we'll go here early enough so we beat all the motherfuckers. So we make sure your ticket, it's not just your ticket, that you're definitely gonna get up and you're definitely gonna do 3 minutes on that fucking stage because there's a certain group of people that get beyond the bucket. So most of the people get luck drawed.
Oh, they let you go on if you do good.
The one of the main things, especially the top 3 like clubs respect is not just tenacity. It's like that extra effort. Like this fucking person isn't just here every week to attempt to get in our system. This person is here before they need to be here. This person is then here after they don't need to be here anymore. They stick around and buy a ticket and go watch fucking what yada yada like.
Oh, they pay
Harlan
attention
Williams
to that shit.
Perform or whatever.
Oh, they pay
Dude,
attention to.
Yeah, that's
But
all
you
they
gotta-
pay attention to.
But you gotta like talk to everybody and make friends with everybody and all that shit, and lick ass and shit.
That's what I'm getting at now. That's what I'm at now. It's different. So now I'm saying if I go back into stand up after I come back, so Friday is a show that I'm going to in Phoenix.
Yeah, that's what you said. Yeah.
If everything goes right, like I have to get a COVID test to like prove some shit to get through the door, and I'm not gonna fucking I don't know. I'll find out when I get there. But John Lovitz is the headliner. That's why I'm doing this. But if I meet John or if I don't meet John, but if I perform on the same show and I slay the audience and then I meet John, it's a whole other echelon to where I can actually have the courage, and not just the courage, but like actually the like confidence to be like, yo, you said it yourself how good I was, and that was just 5 minutes of it. Let me spend some time and sell you on the reason why you should be my fucking patron saint in this bitch. Because if you don't think that John Lovitz has the pull to get somebody even in the echelon of like contendership for SNL, you ain't even thinking straight.
Definitely, you should fucking definitely meet that guy, and he probably would
at the
like
very
you.
least, I'll meet John Lovitz if it's even at all possible.
You should have a card to give to him and shit or something. Fucking
Maybe it's not fucking. Cool. He can go to my bullshit website. Good for fucking me. Except for what? 3 things missing again. Number 1, fucking video reels of my comedy. So number 2, fucking a list of shows I've been on or fucking accolades I have.
You should have
3,
you should
a
have
reason.
him. You should have him be on this. That's what you should be doing. That's what you should put your energy into.
Lovitz ain't gonna be on this.
Well,
and I ain't doing this shit I'm doing this for this.
Oh, well, I thought if you want to
All
meet
I'm
him,
saying
and you
is
want to
when I
get
get
into
back to LA, would I perform stand up? If I perform stand up again, I'm no longer. I'm not gonna Nobody matters anymore. I turned that off now.
That's good. It's good. I relate to that.
It's because
they only want to destroy you anyway. So fucking turn that shit off.
Well, and okay, so I watched this. There was this interview. It was Muhammad Ali talking to this, guy. Muhammad Ali when he was a big guy. Like this is probably his like big time zone. This is probably like around the same time as the Vietnam War when he was really in this. He's in a lot of interviews, and this is what Muhammad Ali. This is what he said. He goes, people they'll always try and tell you all this stuff.
Yep.
But he goes, when you're up here, and they're down here telling you all this stuff, talking
That's
up
exactly
to you.
right.
He says, these people don't see like you do. He says, when you can see this far ahead and you know what you're doing, like really know you're doing this and you can see that far. He said, most people can't even comprehend. They don't understand. They can't see that far. So he says they're telling you it's dangerous and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
And you're sitting up here up top going, no, it's really not that different, except I can see above everything that you see. And
Think how hard it is when you're actually not up there. You're actually down there with them. And
no, that's not it at all. No, this is not it. That's the point. Chris Rock's most famous fucking advice to comics is don't listen to fucking advice.
Yes, don't listen. But I mean, it's harder when you're not up there. It's good that they say that when they're up now, but it's when you're not up there, it's kind of hard to pull yourself up there. It's quite
No,
a
that's what
challenge.
I'm saying. That Muhammad Ali was
Yeah,
saying that when he was up here, yes.
yeah,
But he was probably also knowing and believing when he was like you're
yes,
saying.
maybe, but
There's a huge no, not even
it's
a
good.
maybe. I'm almost 100 on this. There's a huge differentiation. It's the same thing like with fucking Tyson when he's talking about that amount of belief system that's put into him by that Custer guy. But like, if you really realize what I'm saying, it's like this. And I talk to other comics that are getting better, and one of these things they're very getting better for this reason too. These fucking other comics or these people that haven't even been doing comedy for shit, but you don't know that. You're just meeting them technically. And they're telling you all this. Just like what you said earlier about McBride's friend. He probably, that was his first time probably ever seeing you at all perform, maybe. And he's already giving you
No,
unsolicited information from his mouth.
no, he's seen me perform. They're actually doing it because they know you're good. They already
Not all
know
the
you.
time. A
No,
lot
no,
of times
no. I
they're
know
just
what.
talking to like attempt to be a part of something even.
They want to. Well, they actually kind of want to simultaneously drag you down while taking credit when you get better. It's actually a mind fuck. It's kind of like anyway, he's kind of like abusive to his girl, so it's a similar situation where they want to underling you, or do you know the term son? They want to son you. They want to go, hey son, you know what I mean? So here's the example. Like, okay, people who offer criticism or people who tell you you're not going to be on Saturday Night Live or shit like that, but they never offer you no opportunity. They don't offer you a sandwich. They don't offer you an opportunity. They don't offer you nothing, only criticism. So I fucking hate those people. I fucking hate them. You know why? And the reason why I hate them is because I'm too weak to fucking ignore them. I have if I would have never listened to anybody's advice, I would already be great. So that's the main reason. Well, it's my own fault, I guess. But in other words, so yes, I do agree with what Chris Rock is saying. It's the mental toughness and all that. And those people, when they open their mouths, I wish I could shut their mouths. I wish I could physically shut. I'm full of that. I'm full of hatred for those kind of people.
Well, and also,
some of them were masquerading as. I've been with Jason McBride, like we traveled down to Tacoma to go
y'all
to
had
do
a podcast together.
Yeah, but we would travel down to do a set, like at places. Like during the pandemic, we went to a place, and then so he does his set, and then I do my set, and then he's like, eh, oh, it's okay, and I go, you didn't do shit, dude. I leave you to your jokes. I mean, I'm not, because he can't take criticism, but I'm not trying to. I would rather go, hey, let's sit down and talk about these jokes about which would make them work better, since you got two good minds and you like talk, you know what I mean? But just to give a criticism, and then I listen and see, the problem is I listen.
Mm-hmm.
I have the set recorded, right. So our sets, we go back to back a lot of times. So his will be on, and then I'll listen to mine. And then I go, oh, mine is lots of times better, right? Like many times greater. Like,
and you
more
didn't
compelling.
Even realize in the moment, and then you went back and listened, and you're like, oh, I thought in that moment when I was talking about it, but now that I've heard it, I'm like, oh, it's even more than I thought.
It's not perfect or anything, but
it's even better than you already knew it was better.
So then what happens is you're with a friend, quote unquote, who only is trying to make you feel bad about what you just did. And then a different kind of person wouldn't care, but I'm a sensitive person or whatever, you know what I mean? Some people are different, you know, but I go, okay, I don't say that someone has to praise you. So they could say nothing. So that's what I do. Yeah. I don't say, oh, hey man, your set sucked, dude. You don't hear me say that to people. And I go, and so I'm not trying to make you, you don't need me to lower you, because I go, we're already low. We're all low. If we're all performing at the same spot for the same amount of money, so we're all low. So if someone just only wants to, what it is they see you're good. in my case, they see you're good, and then they want to make you feel low. And he even told me, because he says, what do I do when I see a comic at a mic? And he's like, I can tell I'll never be as good as him. And he says, and I go, well, what you do is, and then he says, I go, I don't know, just laugh at it, like laugh at that feeling. You're going to see sometimes somebody who's like, wow, they're really fucking talented. And you go, oh, well, luckily in the world, there's room for more than one talented guy. There's like the upper talent, and there's a little bit less.
The problem really started when you started comparing yourself to another fucking person.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you kind of like want to do good, but it's like, yeah, you shouldn't compare yourself. Exactly.
Like, don't get me wrong. Like, okay, so, but this is how I see it. Okay. And like, I'm just going to say shit, but it's obviously not going to be practical because it's going to make no sense if you really try to like make it logical. But let's say like Sam Kinnison's alive today, and it's that same Sam Kinison. He's still fire as ever, kind of like.
Yeah.
And I'm in LA from Seattle, and I come down here, and he and I hit it off really well, and like I have the best coke connection. Apparently, I'm just lucky I stumbled upon the right one, and then he really liked me because of that. So we're like doing lines together, we're kicking it together, we're throwing down, we're having a great time, and he really likes me enough to like really inspire my, like he's like, you know what? I don't just enjoy hanging out on the side, and like I don't really just, I think it's great that we party together, but I actually really respect your comedy, and I want to help you punch it up. So if you're cool with it, I'd like to give you some like mentorship, right?
Oh,
so
yeah.
Now you got a pretty popping comic giving you mentorship. All right. Cut to, go back up to Seattle. You see your buddy and like, hey man, how's it going? How's you still doing stand up? Yeah, I'm still doing stand up. You want to go to the show? You're like, all right, yeah, let's go hit the mic. Go hit the mic. They get off the set, right? Then you start giving them unsolicited advice, derivative of the advice that you were given specifically toward your comedy from that comic. You following?
Yeah.
So sometimes it's as simple as that too. It's like, just because it's even like good advice that you got from another person or whatever, it's not going to necessarily ever, and most likely it will never directly be able to apply to any other. And it's the same thing with like a lot of things, if you get what I'm saying, when it comes to mentorship, especially.
Yeah.
So when you're in stand up and any other person, comic or audience, says anything to you,
yeah,
no matter how receptive you are, you have to be like perceptive above all else. Like what you're talking about is a perception of reality. The reason that they cut you down is because in what you're saying prospectively is because you did so well. So therefore, the only thing you really need to take and internalize is I did so good that this person was cutting me down.
Yeah, I guess
you don't
so,
listen to what they cut you down about, because then that'll get in your head. Next thing you know, it fucks your entire routine up. Because all it took for me, for an easy example way back when, is like, I didn't appreciate that people kept telling me like, dude, you're hilarious. You sound so much like, and then they say, fucking, not Stephen Wright, but the other one-liner, fucking, what's his name from the 90s? Mitch Hedberg.
Oh.
And next thing I know, I'm in my head so much that I'm losing the very little I had that was actually getting people to like enjoy what I had to say.
Oh yeah, I get it.
Because
Now I get
I'm
it.
thinking too much about like how I'm saying it now, and like, wait, is it me or is it like this natural voice pattern or like what? And next thing you know, you're not even any longer able to even impromptu walk on stage and talk about the funny thing you just thought of, but realize that it's gonna work.
Yeah, I understand.
You're so in your head. That's the main reason I think most of all, especially Rock, what he's saying, it's like, ain't nobody can tell you how to be you. And at the end of the like story, like the whole entire program, it's all about you being you.
Yep, that's true. You know Andy Harder?
Yeah, I heard of the guy.
Yeah, he's a good guy, and I mean, generally speaking, we get along good. He's a good guy, but we were hanging out, and he was like, you know, you need me to pick out what jokes you do and write your sets for you, so you can always have a fire. Because he's like, I heard all your jokes, and these are the ones that are good, and these are the ones that are bad, and then I should pick your jokes. Then you know what? Okay, that sounds normal, right? That doesn't sound that bad. But after a while, I thought about it. It really bothers me. Because it's like I realize it's probably my problem, but it's like when I'm up there doing it, That's the one time where no one can fucking fuck around with me. If you think about it, as soon as you leave and get down, everyone starts fucking around with you.
Or
Blah
has
blah
the
blah
potential to.
blah 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 blah. Let's go here. Let's go there. So and so's fucking somebody. I didn't like your joke. Blah blah blah. That was bad. That was good. Blah blah blah. But when you're up there, that's reality. The reality of your talent is either there or it isn't.
Your body is like, are you getting butterflies in your stomach? Are you feel like you're gonna throw out? Are you nervous? Are you scared? Are you too
What
confident? Are you
what you
rehearsed?
choose
Are you
and what you choose to say, it's all you. It's just a triumph. It's a triumph of you. It's like
right?
all you. It's all
And
you. And so
and
the
did you
idea that
learn from
someone's
the
gonna,
last time you were doing this same joke? Like, oh wait,
but
now I remember this time that thing I was supposed to say the last time.
but the idea that someone's like, oh, I'm some kind of orchestrator of your talent and what you say, and I'm gonna pick out what order of things. And I go, you can never recreate the talent or whatever it is you're doing, like the thing you thought of in the moment. You can never fuck with that. You can't put it in order. You can't take away my right to bomb if I want. You can't take away my right to blow the whole fucking thing up if I want. You can't, you know what I mean? I did a performance in the backyard of his house. He had a bunch of people there.
Andy,
That night I felt like doing my whole 10 minutes about Bill Cosby.
you
You
talking about
know?
Andy Harder's house in his backyard?
Yeah, just a good crowd of like 30 people. I go, I feel like doing all jokes about Bill Cosby that some people will cringe at. And I'm going, you know what I mean? And then if I'm in a more important situation where I need to be clean or whatever, I'll do that. But I'm not having anybody else income and just their mouths, man. Their mouths, man. That's why I want to go. That's the part that makes me want to go on the road, because it's just some people, and then you can either do it or not. And then you have all these fucking people, man, with their little opinions and their little this and that. You know what I mean?
Well,
You know?
like, I mean, here's the thing. If let's say, like, all right, let's
He means
say,
well. I'm just saying.
well, obviously, I'm gonna say, knowing Andy as I do, yeah, I agree. But what I'm getting at is this. First off, you got to start from an idea like, all right, this comic that's doing this or suggesting that they would do this for me. Okay, first off, I need to negotiate, like, what is this comic to me? Like, are they a comic that every time I see them perform, it's like, oh my God, like, I really want to be like,
Right. You're
or
right. Yep.
is it a
right.
comic where every time I see him, like, this motherfucker again with this fucking again? Or is it a comic where it's like, we're about the same, and I really doubt that you know my shit better than I know my shit. So once
Yeah.
you figure out which category they list in, then you got to go, all right. First off, how upset am I that I tell enough of the same material all the time that they apparently know all my jokes? And then you got to be like, all right, well, for shits and giggles, all right, let's see what you think. And then, yeah, you can maybe even take that and be like, all right, I'm going to perform this. It's another level when they start going like, it would be better if you said this. It would be better if you did this. And then at some point, it's like, yo, I didn't realize I was paying for Comedy 101.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. There is something
like I would love it now and again when I perform, if when I got off, there was at least one person that didn't simply like, and it's one thing when they're lying to you. It's another thing when they really did watch your set and really did actually find themselves enjoying it. But at the same time, they can't remember what specific thing you said. They can't remember what specific gesture you did. They can't remember, was it when you tonally changed? There's nothing that they can actually add to you other than to tell you simply like, I enjoyed it. To which it's like,
yes,
I'm so glad, but why did you feel the need to share that you enjoyed my shit? Because guess what? I wasn't doing it so you could enjoy my shit. The only thing I care about is if you can come to me and be like, you know what? When you said this, this, and this, I can tell that right there is why that joke works so well. If I might be so bold, could I offer you a few suggestions? To which then you can be like, you know what? And like I used to just nonchalantly be like, yeah, I'm always open to it. But then I didn't realize that that's the doorway that you open that fucks your head up because now you've just let all of it in. But if you really respect enough to be like, you know what, they might actually be able to give me a good, like if Bill Burr
Yeah.
told me, bro, this specific joke, I bet you Bill Burr would know specifically what it was and what, because he is on a caliber of comedy where he is actually attentively listening to other comics, attentively looking for certain things, and
Yeah. Yeah.
either
It
being
depends on the
upset like,
person.
God, I wish I fucking thought of that shit first.
Depends on the person who tells you also, like you know
But
what I mean, how
yeah,
much you respect that person. I remember when I was doing Jai Tai, and I was doing pretty good, and mostly no one would say much to me about being good, so it was really weird. I thought if you did good, just everyone would like you. So, but I did too good. I
it
swear
turned
to
out
God.
all you had to do was change genders all along.
No, what's funny was I was there as a person hanging out a lot. I was
It turned out the
deciding whether
only what thing you had to do to win over Jai Tai was suddenly suck more dick.
possibly true. Yes, if you suck dick, that's very
Suddenly
true.
all the boys want to be your friend.
Upsettingly, as you say that as a joke, it's actually true.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
The more you
Fucking
fit in, the
Bobby
more that
Higley.
yeah.
Higley's a great example of somebody that's not the worst comic, but also like motherfucker gets around more than he gets around
But I
just
did
so that
this
he can
joke.
get around.
But I did this joke about how when you I was a serial killer up in Everett, and I was going to tell you about it, and then they met this guy met this lady on Craigslist, and they met at a hotel, and then the lady was like, "Hey, are you a serial killer? Before we do this, are you a serial killer?" And then he was like, "No." And she's like, "Are you sure you're not a serial killer?" And he was like, "No." And then she's like, "Well, that's good because I'm a fucking serial killer." And then she stabbed the shit out of him like 50 times. And then
Yeah.
everyone just fucking goes crazy, laughs at that joke because it's a big surprise. The lady's a serial killer, blah, blah, blah. But it's for Jai Tai, that was considered like oh shit, that's a really good joke. And then
Yeah.
and then this guy who everyone was like, what was his name, Nick or whatever, he quit. But anyway, yeah, he was just like a
Sounds
guy.
about right.
He was
A lot
real
of people
dull.
quit.
Never gave a guy a compliment. Real sad looking guy who was just like egomaniac and kind of I was like, oh, that guy must be good because he's very arrogant. And then he was like, he walked by and he was like, excellent. That serial killer joke was an excellent joke. And that was all
Yeah.
he said. And he left. He didn't say why or anything. But I go, coming from him saying anything, that was
It's
like
something.
big. It was a big because it was like, oh shit, a guy who's good at jokes told me I made a good joke. That's how you do it. You say like that joke, that was a good joke. And I was like, oh shit. But that was weird because here's the thing. So the other joke, I've got other jokes like that. And the problem is like, so Andy told me which jokes. He didn't just say generally speaking. He told me like this joke,
Yeah.
one more, the namaste joke where I say, if you're under
Namaste
5'11",
at home.
namaste. If you're under 5'11", you can go fuck yourself. So Tinder thing. Anyway, I always get a big laugh at it. Closed the show, always close with it and blah, blah, blah. But what I was saying is, okay, when I'm going up to do a performance, I can't just do a fucking namaste Tinder joke just fucking every time I do comedy. It has to fit into something. It has to have a reason.
Not to mention what happens when Tinder doesn't exist anymore. Now what the fuck are you gonna do? You've been relying on this joke so heavy, and then all of a sudden now Tinder is not relevant. So
exactly, and also Tinder already is kind of not relevant.
Like, I mean, you want to know something fun? When Trump was out of the house, seeing that deficit drop of comics who had nothing to say on stage anymore.
Yeah, but I mean, even now, Tinder
you know what I'm
is
saying,
not.
Though?
No, but I'm saying with Tinder, like you're saying, it's not off in the future. Tinder now is not really. That's not a cool joke.
I mean, Tinder's still kind of popping, and people know what it is, so it still can work. But yeah,
the joke can work, but Tinder itself is not a hot topic. It's not a new thing. It's not really that cool to be talking about Tinder.
Shit. I got you. It's not popping.
If I go down to LA and I'm like, oh cool, I get this hot Tinder joke, and I just use it every time, it's boring within like fucking 4.
It's like the Aristocrat. Everybody's got one.
Right. So what you do is you pull that joke out of the holster once in a while when it fits.
Or you're working on a joke that you've got that's going really well in a similar niche category.
Yes.
And it's going well. And then like, all right, this is the time to drop that in because it'll pump the
Yeah.
audience, and then I can continue with the same
Yes. Yes.
pathway. But
Yes.
now I've used what I know always works to make sure, because the audience, I was starting to lose them, so I threw that in there real quick, got the laughs. Now I get a little breath room again where I have their attention again. Go back, and now I can keep lacing that.
Yes. Yes. So the idea that Andy, it's nothing against Andy. It's just the idea that I just go, oh yeah, it'll all work out if I just say that joke, and then I say it with another joke that's not related to it, and he's just thinking that'll make a great set, and I go, well, that's not how you make a great set. A great set is like, it's like you saying something you want to say, you have conviction behind it, and it fits with a thing you're trying to talk about that day, and so that you don't sound like someone who's just fucking, you know what I mean? Even Rodney Dangerfield has fucking 300 jokes that good, and he mixes them
Well,
all.
so the story goes, and I have no reason not to believe it. At some point in Rodney, after he made his comeback and he was on the rise and getting the movies, he didn't have, like, it makes practical sense, but he didn't have as much time available to do stand up because now he's doing movies, right? So the story goes, he hit a capper where he could no longer dedicate enough time and his mind and in general to creating new one-liners. So he began basically going out there and free for all, buying everybody, like because everyone knew, like, this is Rodney, this is how Rodney does it, and whatever. But if you think about it, especially with Rodney, all you had to really do was think of a one-liner and then think of it again in his voice and be like, yeah, okay, Rodney could totally, I could hear Rodney saying this one and nailing it, if not better than me. And
Oh,
then
he
you
took
could
people sending him
sell,
jokes.
because he ran out, but he didn't steal people's one-liners. Rodney was making money and had money, and he didn't mind doing it. But he went through and he found all the starving motherfuckers on the bottom shelf. Like, at this time period, we're talking like motherfucking people like Seinfeld and Mark Maron. That when they're on the bottom of the rings right now, this is the same shit I was talking about before.
Mark
And
Maron.
Rodney would go up and be like, yo, you got any one-liners? I need some
Mark
one-liners.
Maron
Hey,
sucks.
it doesn't matter. It's just, what I'm saying is
I
Rodney
know.
would be like, hey, you got any one-liners for me? I'll buy them. And then he started buying the fucking one-liners so that he could have enough material so that he could do another special. Because once he burnt all those one-liners on his special, and then he burnt all the other one-liners on another special, and then now he's making movies, he really didn't have the time for the grind, so he started being like, all right, I'm just going to buy one-liners.
He should always have enough jokes from his back pocket to never have to worry.
No,
but I guess he wants some fresh
one-liners especially are such a unique thing.
Yeah.
If you're not stealing word for word a one-liner from someone, you can't re-originate a one-liner.
I got recognized in an Uber in an Uber the other day.
For your one-liner comedy?
Yeah, she said, weren't you my Uber driver the other day? See, that's a one-liner.
I don't know if it's funny, but
it is funny. I got recognized in an Uber. It's funny if you're famous, if you were famous. I got recognized in an Uber the other day. She said, hey, weren't you my Uber driver just yesterday? See, it's like recognized for driving an Uber.
I get it. It's a twist because you was the driver, so you got recognized.
It is funny. People laugh hard at that joke.
Driver.
People laugh hard at that joke, and there's no extra words. I've always got laughs from that.
I mean, my best one-liner is just I say it a little differently each time to kind of see flavors of the words, but the joke itself is never. It's always been the same joke, but I just basically go, this is the ladies too, but this is mostly for the men in the audience. I finally discovered why we must always make sure and let women have the last word. It's simple. It's because they're the ones with the periods.
Nice.
Yeah. And like
you can shorten that even. You can shorten that even more.
That's what it is supposed to be. That's why I'm saying that. Yeah. So like 2 words.
You could just say always let women have the worst last words because they're the one with the periods. You could just say that. You don't have to say no setup.
Right.
In fact, one-liners don't even need a setup. Actually, they can't because they're not really.
Well, so here's the thing: one-liners in general is not meant. It's meant to be like this. It's setup punch.
Yeah. The first part is the setup. The second part is the punch. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
it's, you know what?
because
Have you heard Take My
normally a
Wife?
joke is supposed to
Have
be
you heard
three
Take My
quarters.
Wife,
It's
Please?
setup, punch, delivery, right?
Yeah. Have you heard that joke, Take My Wife, Please?
Yeah,
The
but that's
Mort.
an old Catskills joke.
Yeah, it's like Mort Saul, but it's like, if you think about it, it's like the shortest joke possible. Take my wife, comma, please. It's take my wife, please. It's basically.
Jesus wept, the shortest sentence in the Bible.
All right, I got to
But
go to bed because it's late.
you can't keep talking for a little longer?
Nah, it's 3 a.m. I'll be sleeping all day if I don't go to bed.
Well, what you
Sorry.
got to do tomorrow that you got to worry about
Just upset. My girlfriend said I was being too loud. She texted me.
in the living room?
Just no, from the bedroom. She
Oh.
said you're
No,
too
I'm saying
loud.
you're being too loud in the living room.
No, I was outside on the balcony so she could hear through the bedroom window.
Oh, I got you.
I'm not
Well,
being
if you're
too loud now,
tired,
but
I
it's
mean, I'm at 4 hours and 19 minutes, 24 seconds.
oh yeah, look at that shit. We did a
But I
good
mean,
one.
it's all good. Like I'm cool with how I'm gonna listen to it and everything. But like, I mean, I
It's all
feel
good.
like
It's just we're just practicing. It's our best one yet. It's our best one yet. We had some
So
good
I switched
conversation.
over. This is the mic that came with the kit, and I think it sounds way better. Like I feel like I'm gonna listen to it, but I'm like, I think there's something with this mic by comparison that this one's more quiet.
I'm gonna brush
The
my
other
teeth
one.
and go to bed. We can try tomorrow. Are you doing your trip tomorrow?
So here's what I have to do. I have to buy a Greyhound ticket. I haven't done it.
Uh,
I'm not gonna fly because it's like $266, but a Greyhound's like 60. I think his phone died, folks. Anyway, that's been our show. I'll see y'all next time. Same something, but really not. Always something with everybody, right? I'll leave y'all with this. This is one of my new buttons, but I just love it. Little Benny Hill.